call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors September 13th, 2022 meeting to order. In attendance tonight is, to my far right, Mr. Clay Forehand from Madison. To his left, Mr. Jeff Black from Western Carolina. To his left, Mr. Jeff Seeley from Bowling Green. To my left, Miss Nancy Long from Port Royal. To her left is Mr. Floyd Thomas from Mattaponi, and I'm Reggie Underwood from Reedy Church District. Can we all stand for an invocation? Most gracious and Heavenly Father, once again we come before you asking for your blessings this evening. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful for all the things that you do to make us better. Heavenly Father, continue to bless us. Give us encouragement as we fight the battles that are necessary for the citizens of the county. We give all thanks to you and all blessings. We ask in your precious name. Amen. We remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah. Opening board comments, Mr. Forehand?
None, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Black?
Yeah, I just have one. There was a news article, I guess several weeks ago, because we haven't officially met in a while, in the Freelance Star in regards to test scores in schools in the area. And I know a lot of times we get on the schools because we say, well, where are the test scores? Where are the test scores? I do want to congratulate the Caroline County school system. They were kind of the lead of that story. So I think that's something that we should all celebrate. We're supposed to be one team together. So congratulations to the Caroline County school system on their test scores, and we look forward to that trend continuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, I have one opening board comment, Mr. Chairman, and it's a shame that the gentleman that I want to actually direct the comment in isn't here, but Mr. Zunk has done some interesting things, and I think inviting people to dinner and saying that all the pro-solar people have signed his petition, and when you vet the petition, most people didn't know they were on it. Some asked for more information, and some were very bewildered that they were on it. So I think some of the practices being used, again, free food, petitions that don't make any sense, is just indicative of what goes on when there's a long issue of rezoning or conditions in the county that really doesn't bode well, I think, for the rest of the citizens in the county. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mrs. Long?
I have no real comments other than, how did I miss the invitation for the free food? I didn't get invited to that.
Text message went out.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, thank you, sir. I have just a few short ones. First of all, I want to give congratulations to the Caroline varsity football team winning their first game of the year week before last. So great job for those guys. And I also have another congratulations. The county got an award, recognition from GFOA, which is the Government Finance Organization, Finance Officers Association, for excellence in financial reporting. And I think kudos go out to Mrs. Smith, who's done a great job in the county's books. She's the finance director, and she's done an excellent job for us in being here for just 2 years. So I wanted to say congratulations to her and all the folks in the finance department. And last but not least, as we have remembered 9/11 a couple of days ago, one of the problems 21 years ago that we experienced was a lack of coordination for information. One particular agency had some data, another one had different data. They never got together. Well, the Virginia State Police is doing a project which they call Project Fusion. And if you go to the Virginia State website or Fusion VSP, you will see that that is their attempt to share data on possible terrorist activities, foreign and domestic, in the Commonwealth. And what they're trying to do is connect local leaders, local organizations, local law enforcement, and the state police to have one central point for data capture. So the Virginia State Police will be reaching out to various organizations, and they probably may show up at your office, your church, or whatever to ask for your help. So don't be alarmed. It's the state police coming to help and kind of coordinate. So they're going to be talking to different people. I asked them to make a presentation tonight, but they weren't able. So at some point in time, we'll get the Virginia State Police to come and explain more. But it's Virginia State Police, Project Fusion. You can look it up on the web. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. In terms of the finance department and the award that was, and the award that was given to the county finance, Mr. Cully, if you would, maybe doing presentations, just, or you or Ms. Smith, come and talk about what that means and how it all came about, just for maybe a couple minutes. You could do that during presentations. Second, we all remember 9/11, and it seems like those 20 plus years just flew by. But we should never forget how the whole scenario, how it formed itself into being what it was, and that was a catastrophe for our country and for the citizens of the United States. So we should always remember those folks who perished, those firefighters who responded. I was watching the program on television. I was just amazed. One of the brothers was a captain, and he told his brother to go up to the 74th floor, knowing that he would not return. And I just couldn't imagine how that had to feel. And without hesitation, the lieutenant who was on the fire department, I think it was 219, I believe, went up the steps. And he perished that day, but just shows the valor that it takes to be and give public service. Public service is tough sometimes, but our folks always answer the call. And then finally, of course, as you know, the Queen, she passed. Certainly we have to give homage to her. I mean, what a magnificent person to go from 1953, I believe, up till now. All the changes that have taken place, the modern age of flight, the modern age of war, as well as all the disruptions across countries. Now is a good time for us to reflect, to make sure that we're part of the solution and never part of the problem. That's my opening board comments. Amendments to the agenda, Mr. Forehand?
None, sir.
Mr. Black?
None.
Mr. Seeley?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs.
I
Long?
have done.
Mr.
None.
Thomas?
None.
I just have one. Under the consent agenda, I'm going to move item C, adoption of the resolution celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Caroline County High School class of 1982. I'm going to move that under presentations and let Mr. Seeley discuss that a little bit. And we have a resolution for the class of 1982.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the agenda as modified, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to amend the agenda as presented
As modified.
and modified. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. First on the agenda tonight, as we talk about service, my representative for the Planning Commission, Mr. Leon Smith, had asked him to come tonight. He is retiring from the Planning Commission after 28 years of service. And many times people, they give us service, but we don't say thank you. So I thought it would be a good idea tonight to recognize Mr. Smith. I have a resolution that I'll read, and certainly then I'll ask you, Mr. Smith, if you have any comments. A resolution of appreciation for Mr. William L. Leon Smith for his service on the Caroline County Planning Commission. Whereas William L. Leon Smith served as a Reedy Church District Representative to the Caroline County Planning Commission from November 20th, 1996 to August 24th, 2022. And whereas Mr. Smith performed his duties as a member of the Planning Commission with distinction, commitment, and professionalism, and whereas his background, knowledge, and experience, paired with his interest in planning and dedication to his community, have been of great benefit to the Planning Commission and to Caroline County. Whereas the citizens of Caroline County owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Smith for his willingness to invest the time and effort necessary to evaluate and make informed recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on county planning issues that have shaped the growth and development of the county for so many years. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its deep appreciation to Mr. Leon Smith for his long and faithful service to Caroline County Planning Commission and extends its best wishes for much continued success in his future endeavors. Mr. Smith, thank you so much. I appreciate it. The mic is yours, Mr. Smith. I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna come to you. It's on.
Hello. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir.
My voice is not really clear. But I'm just beginning to talk. And they always asking me in my household, speak up or turn the TV down. So I have to turn it down to hear what they say and then turn it back up to hear what I want to hear. That was the main issue. But I want to say this. I enjoyed working for the county. The person that gave me the opportunity was named Mr. Morris. He was the person that picked me up after I retired from the DC public schools. And I looked at the type of work that we were doing was much different from what you guys do. There's a whole lot of politics in the public schools. But here, you don't get as much of it. You get some, but you don't get much of it. And I would appreciate that because it made me feel like you right back in the same hole again. And I didn't want to feel like that. But being as it is, working with you guys for 28 years, it was a real experience. So a lot of times I had to be home and go home with my family to find out what was wrong there. But here, it seems as though it was like being at home. It's like you come in, you was appreciated, people talk to you, and would sometimes discuss some items. But overall and all, I want you to know that I appreciate being here, I enjoy being here, and I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
This your son, Mr. Smith? So you
Get up there with your dad.
want to stand with him? Make sure that airborne patch shows.
Thank you.
Mr. Underwood, I just noticed Mr. Smith's hat. That's your hat that says Korea War Veteran?
Yeah.
Thank you for a lot of things, Mr. Smith.
I had to find some clothes. I had to find some clothes to wear because I weighed 240 pounds. Now I'm down to 174. So you can understand why I'm dressed the way I am.
You dress just fine.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you, sir.
we especially want to say thank you for your service in Korea too.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for recognizing my father. We really appreciate it, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right,
Classroom one.
You don't have to stay.
next on the agenda is a resolution to the class of 1982. A resolution congratulating the Caroline High School class of 1982 on the occasion of its 40th anniversary. Whereas this year marks the 40th anniversary of the Caroline High School class of 1982, and whereas the class of 1982 was the first in the history of Caroline County to complete all 12 years of public education in a fully integrated class. And whereas the class of 1982 was also the first class to graduate from the newly created Caroline Middle School and was located at the former Union High School in Milford. And whereas the 40th anniversary gives the 1982 graduates the opportunity to reflect upon the years gone by and the wonderful moments they shared as classmates while preparing themselves for the challenges that would await them in the adult world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby congratulates the Caroline High School class of 1982 on the occasion of its 40th anniversary and extends its best for many more anniversary celebrations to come. And I believe we have representatives from the class of 1982. If you would come forward, please.
And when they say they went to the middle school, that was this building.
Right.
Mhm.
This was the middle school.
Yep.
Class David was in our class.
Would someone like to have
You
orders?
might go to the mic so we can hear, everybody can hear you.
David, go stand over there with them.
I can.
No, go ahead.
So we would like to thank you guys for the resolution, just keeping in mind thank you, the moment that we became first graders, the country was ending partly middle and ending the Vietnam War. It was a different time back then. And we were instilled from our parents coming out of war that we needed to lead by example. And our high school class definitely led by example. We had lots of firsts and we continue to hopefully lead by example. And our wish for future generations is to lead by example and to know that, you know, we all paved the way for you. And we just appreciate this a lot.
Great, congratulations.
Anybody else?
Thank you very much. We'll be celebrating this resolution October the 21st to the 23rd in Richmond, and we really appreciate you honoring us today.
I just want to thank each and every one of you. This means so much to me, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the entire class of the 1982.
So can you answer one question for us? Who is the class president from the class of 1982?
His name is Boyd Vendell Washington, and he lives in Louisiana.
Because we asked Mr. Sadler earlier and he couldn't remember.
Oh,
Vendel is a physician in Louisiana, but he was Woodford. Woodford. That's where he grew up, in Woodford.
Midway.
Mary was the class president. Is that Blanche Washington's son?
It is, yes, sir.
I should have known he was a doctor.
When we talk to on Zoom meetings, you can't tell. He's just the same old Vendel he always was.
Is Mrs. Washington still around?
Thank you.
Yes, she is.
Yes. But see, I didn't know Vendel from my baby.
Oh, yes.
Do you have a contact for her? I need to get in touch with her.
We can get that. Lisa still lives in the county. This is Lisa Waller and Miranda Lewis Ashton.
Okay.
So she was from the ladies, all of us were from the Ladies Inside at one point.
I need to get Mrs. Washington a message if you could.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get that for you. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Mr. Cully, if you and Ms. Smith would come to the mic and just discuss the recognition.
Again, for those who didn't hear me earlier, I accidentally left my jacket at home. I'm sorry. Forgot the code.
Oh, it's Chief Loftus walking up. It's like the white shirt.
Whatever. I'll take that as a compliment. The award is something that we've been striving for since I've been here. I know that the finance department always had it as a goal. And so when we interviewed Mrs. Smith, there was one of the things I think we pointed out to you was something we really hope to work toward achieving. This had never been done, as far as anybody knows, by the county in the past. And so it takes a lot, the CAFR, the audit, that everybody, it is a lot of numbers. But this award, you have to explain verbally what all of that means and what's going on in the county. So what's been added, not just to all of the charts and all of the accounting of it, is that basically a text document for each function and department. And so as you look through that document, you'll see all that. And that's what Ms. Smith has added over the last 2 years. And she can give you more detail, but it's basically we submit this to the organization, and they have people from all over the country that are finance directors, and they are the ones that review that and then look to give out that award. So it is a very, we're very proud of it, and I'm very proud of the finance team and her leadership, Ms. Smith's leadership in achieving this this very hard to get award.
I'll just add that one of the goals that I had last year when I came here was that this was something that I was striving towards. So my team and I took this as a very important goal of ours to expand upon the annual financial report that we had, and to expand upon it, modeling it as some of the other localities surrounding us, and getting information on where we needed to get to so that we could gather the information together. So it was almost like sitting on pins and needles for the last 9 months, waiting to see if we had submitted it, were we able to achieve it. And now the hard part begins, because not only have we received the first one, we have to continue to get that same award every single year. So it will be our goal to continue to get that. This year's goal for the finance department will also expand upon some of the other awards that are available, to include the budget awards and things of that sort. So we will continue to strive for excellence.
Well, Mrs. Smith, certainly thank you for your leadership. Mr. Cully, thank you for providing leadership as well to all the departments. It is indeed a very nice award, and we look for the continued awards coming forward. Thank you so much for all you do for the county.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have appointments, Planning Commission for Bowling Green and the Mattaponi District. I will be probably appointing a person to the Planning Commission probably sometime in October. So, Mr. Steele, you have a,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add, and I don't know if we want to do these separately or together, but I know that Mr. Schwartz has been very honored and very, very, very instrumental in the Planning Commission and looks forward to returning.
okay, if you want to make that motion, we'll take them one at a time.
I'll make a motion that we reappoint Mr. Robert Bob Schwartz to the Caroline County Planning Commission from the Bowling Green District.
All right, there's a motion that we appoint Mr. Schwartz back to the Planning Commission for the Bowling Green District. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been proper second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Thomas?
The term expires in October, so I'll make my appointment next month.
Okay, we'll move that till the October agenda. All right. Next, the George Washington Regional Commission, Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee.
I have a name.
Mr. Black.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Mike Mayorkin to the,
Mayorkin?
yeah,
Okay.
to the George Washington Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee.
All right, there's a motion by Mr. Black that we appoint Mr. Mayorkin to the George Washington Regional Commission Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next, gentlemen, the consent agenda. If you remember, I did remove item C from the agenda and put it under presentations. Anything anyone wants to pull from the consent agenda or discuss? Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a proper second that we approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a closed session that we need to go into closed session. So, Mr. Black, if you will read the motion.
Yep. I move that this board convene in closed session, a closed meeting pursuant to the consultation with the legal counsel exemption of section 2.2 3711A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding specific legal matters associated with pending solar applications and related project citing agreements.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Forehand. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be in closed session for probably the next 20 to 30 minutes. We stand adjourned. All right, I will reconvene the open session. So I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
So it's been properly moved and seconded that we come out of closed session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Black, certification?
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that each of the best, to the best of each board member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Mr. Forehand, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Black, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Sealy, do you so certify?
Chairman, I so certify.
Mrs. Long, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas, do you so certify?
I certify.
And I so certify as well. We can't go into closed public comment until 7:30. So we're going to go ahead and take off some of the new business agenda items. And we're going to start off with agenda item number 8 is a discussion of proposed Dawn Recreation Center. Mr. Cully, you know. Yeah, well, I'll support it. If you give them the gist, and I'll take it from there.
We have it drawn. I'm waiting for him to pull the, which one is that, Alan? 7 or 8? Park layout first.
Don't y'all fall over now.
Lights when you get a chance. At the request of Mr. Underwood, and staff has investigated the possibility of expanding the park at Low Massey Park in Dawn. As you are well aware, the building department condemned the building that is there a number of years ago. We moved the voting precinct to the library. And so in looking at this, also we had our pavilion blow down in one of the storms we had in June. We looked at what we could do to revamp into a larger park. And so what the layout includes at the top is to demolish the existing building with we believe with the funds we have from the sale of Frog Level Rescue, we have enough funding available to demolish the building, although that cost has escalated about $20,000 over a period of months due to the inflation. And then to at some point in time build back a multi-purpose building there on site, basically over top of where the old building was. And you can see on the right-hand side near the front, which is 30 down there at the bottom of your drawing, we could incorporate 2 basketball courts, put in a new parking lot, and then connect the parking lot on the side of Old Dawn, I think it's Old Dawn Road right there. And we could expand the walking trail. So you see there is a walking trail currently there, but it's sort of around the softball field that exists there today. And sort of that's the size of it, just right at the top of the drawing. So in the old pavilion's kind of over there in the woods, and a playground over there in the woods. So we kind of looked at maybe moving some of that right behind the building, right off of the parking lot, just south of the ball field. And so it kind of gives you a larger, more useful park than the one that exists on the ground there today in that lower slide. So the lower slide that you're seeing has the existing layout of the existing building. You can see the old school there, and then really no parking lots or anything that we envision. And so I think one of the things that we're looking for, we recognize that the expense for this is a fair amount, but we don't own all the land. We have a lease on the land for 99 years, I think is the right amount. So I'm sure it's not that much left, but it was like a long lease, but we don't own the property. So I think Mr. Underwood is working with the Dawn Progressive Association to try to obtain the property back. And so once we had the property in our name, then we could dispose of the building and then start rearranging the park. One of the things we could do is put the pavilion back up in the new location because we have insurance money for what blew down. It would only be additional money for the cement under it. And right there, if you look, you can't see the pavilion because it is in the woods on the right-hand side of that aerial shot. If you go above existing park in the little square at the bottom, it's kind of hidden in the trees there. And so we proposed moving it out to where it's closer to parking and just a better location. And as you can see, there's really no, there might be some basketball courts and some things that are there, but they're all over in that wood line. And the further you move over to the right, the further you go east, there's a low area on that property. So that's why it's really not any suitable land that direction. So it's all that green space you see that's basically already cleared is the usable part of that park. And so we don't really have any facilities down there. If we had this multi-purpose building, it would give us a much better place for voting there than that current situation at the library. Most of you have been there. You know how small that area is in that conference room for them to carry out voting in that area. So I think what we're looking for is a consensus that this is a place to move forward, recognizing that it may be $4 or $5 million that we may have to ultimately have a referendum or some other means to obtain the funding, but we could do small things. We do have enough money available sitting in our account from the sale of Frog Level Rescue to demolish the building if the board, if number one, the board blesses the concept, and number two, Don Progressive would then deed the property back to the county. This was originally county property, and I guess given to them a number of years ago. So it would be coming back to the county. It had been an old school, had been county property. So with that, if Mr. Underwood, you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, sir. So I think the first thing that has to happen, I've met with Dawn Progressive Association. Clearly, I wouldn't want the board to sink money into property that was not ours. We need the property back so that whatever improvements to the park that we make, we, the county, then own the facility, and we would operate the facility just like we operate the rest of our facilities. It was interesting that I've been talking about this for a couple of years with Mr. Whiteman, and we've talked to members of the board, and they don't have the wherewithal to take down this building or redo the building. So to me, it would just make sense for them to reconvey the property back to the county, and then that would be the county park and the county building, and everything would be operated by the county. I looked at a document a couple of years ago called Dawn Village of some of the promises that were made when we would be doing things in that area. That's one of the areas that does not have any type of recreation facility in that community. And I think it's important that as the communities grow, that we invest in our communities. And I think this is a great opportunity to invest in the Reedy Church district, where we do have the seed money to take that building down, as Mr. Colley said. We do have the money from the insurance for the pavilion to start the process. So my goal here is to see if the board has an appetite to move forward, to begin discussion with the Dawn Progressive Association about getting the property back to the county and moving a project of this magnitude forward. So I'm really looking for discussion and get some feelings, ideas on what the board really thinks about this project. Mr. Black?
Mr. Cully, so the money from the sale of the Frog Level, that's sitting in a separate account, that's not in the general fund?
That's probably in a restricted, I think it's restricted. It's restricted because we'd set it aside when we got it, that we hopefully would use it for some project in Dawn.
Okay. Mr. Underwood, here's my only concern is we had a meeting last week where we cut out money for certain things, the Sparta Fire Station, because we said we were concerned about the storm clouds coming. We talked about, I think you even mentioned that the Port Royal Fire Station is something that needs to be upgraded. And my only concern is we're talking about, we're cutting money out of, and now we're talking about spending money.
I don't think we're talking
We're
about
not-
spending money now, just to declare, this is more of a, 4 or 5 year maybe process with it. I think if we could get commitment from the board, we wanted to move in this direction, would give us more strength negotiating with Dawn Progressive Association to get the land piece locked up and actually tear the building down. That's pretty much an eyesore and getting in really bad shape. Knowing that it may be a multiple of years based on what we went through yesterday on our bar capacity, when this or any other parks could be added in, maybe a large referendum on parks, improvements to parks and
Now, if we're
lighting
gonna,
and those
yeah,
kind of things.
that's a discussion. That's a much larger discussion that we would
Correct.
have to have. That is a much bigger discussion because there's needs all over this county for
Correct.
recreation. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Sadler, can you show us the site plan? I'm sorry, the site plan. I just had one question, and I'm not sure of the feasibility. There is, from the looks of that building, is there any way that maybe a facade of that building could be saved for historical preferences, or it's all totally?
Mr. Whiteman can ask. We've looked at
You've been down
all
there much.
angles.
And this is just from the architectural history of that particular building. If a face could be saved, I know it's brick.
No, sir. I had a structural engineer. We spent good 3/4 of the day down there, and there in some of our meetings that came up. Some of the members of the Dawn Progressive Association wanted to say, but there's really nothing salvageable. The building is condemned. The rebuild costs would far exceed demoing and building something new.
Yeah, I just was wondering if a face of bricks could be saved to say this was the old thing, but if that's not feasible, then I understand.
Yeah, now there was talk that they would salvage some parts, and a part of this new facility would have sort of a museum type enclosure inside of the library, and they would save some of that. But now the lintels are gone, the block is gone, the footers are failing.
Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Thomas, we've been looking at this now, Mr. Whiteman and I, this is probably our third year, at least, looking at feasibility.
Your third year?
Third year of trying to work this through to see what was feasible, was not feasible. We even paid if you remember, the county paid the architect to go in and take a look at that building to see what could and could not be done and what the cost would be. And they were astronomical in terms of trying to save any part of that. And I would not. And then the other part of it is, if the county didn't own the property, then I would not even come before this board and ask the board to put $4 million into that property. That's why I wanted to make sure we owned the property outright first, and it would be operated by the county. It would be a county building, so it would fall under the ordinances of the county. Mr. Long?
Well,
Ms. Thomas.
I mean, the last thing was my only concern or thought or care is, the historic significance of that building and being able to save any part. But if that's not possible, I understand. And it's my understanding that the county basically gave that land to the Dawn Progressive Association. It wasn't that they paid any fee for it, so we may be able to get it back for the same thing they paid for it.
What I suggested to the Dawn Progressive Association is that one of the larger meeting rooms, make sure it is converted into that, within that, the art and some of the things are put in that room are a reminder of the old Dawn School, to make it a historic room so people would understand some of the members and the people who were part of that school and its historical value. Ms. Long?
If we get control of the land again, I think it's a good idea. This building I haven't been down that way for a while, but the last time I went down, it looked pretty bad. To get rid of the eyesore, because what you're inviting, something worse maybe to happen down there. Vandalism, or, just kids playing around and hanging out and getting hurt. So we can make this a long-term project
Correct.
until we invest look at all our needs, but we could take care of that, make it look better, and then gradually maybe do little things outside and save up for doing a building at a later time.
And Mr. Black, just let me say that we've invested money in all parts of the county. I'm sorry, he's still there. And this is just another part of the county. We're going to have to continue to spend and be wise with money, and I'm not suggesting that we should not be wise with money. This is a wise investment in the community and in the county. This would be used as a facility for all of the county, not just, I'm hoping to start having different activities with Parks and Rec and that can be part of the whole county environment. So it's not just a fly-by-night discussion. This is something long-term that is an investment, as those people have invested in other projects that are in other parts of the county. When we do other projects, they still pay taxes also. So we invest money in all parts of the county. So you can't just single out and say, we don't want to talk about doing this. That's not the issue.
Mr. Underwood,
wait a minute, let me finish. The issue is that we need to upgrade all of our facilities in the county. That's why I asked Mr. Culley to look at maybe even us having a referendum for our taxpayers to talk about what we can do for park and recreation across the county, not just one area. This is a full global view of the county's recreation department and what we need to do to make ourselves better. Mr. Black.
Mr. Underwood, I appreciate that you are really involved in that global view now, because I think I remember, I don't know, several years ago when I wanted to do emergency entrance for $30,000 for people in a lake community, and that got voted down by certain members. So I'm all about the whole county. But if we're going to do the whole county, then let's talk about the whole county. Let's not just talk about, well, when it's in my section, hey, it benefits me. But I couldn't get a vote from certain members on getting an emergency ambulance into a gated community. So let's not talk about the whole county when it just benefits one section. Thank you.
Mr. Black, it takes 4 members of this board. If you put a proposal before this board, in order for that proposal to be accepted, it takes 4 members. Now, 1 member of this board can quash any recommendation by the board. So it takes more than 1 to do that.
Just be consistent.
So I think we've been more than considerate. Mr. Seeley?
Mr. Underwood, I'm very grateful for the rendering because it gives us a roadmap. If that's a concept that everybody can agree to, because you can do pieces. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the most important part, is to know where you want everything placed eventually. So that view and that concept, I think, is really important, so that as we move forward, you've got an idea and we can do things that won't get in the way or won't get stomped on later when we say, oh, we're not going to do it that way, we're going to do it this way. So I would just encourage to let's get a concept that everybody, and Dawn Progressive as well, they need to take a look, agree, you need some buy-in. That's right. This is what it's going to look like, because as we do pieces of this, you don't have to redo them later, which I think is the most important part. I mean, it's hard to make this in one big bite, but we can do this in lots of bites and actually get where you need to be. So I'm glad to see the rendering.
And the purpose of this was to see if there was an appetite by the board to even continue discussion with Dawn Progressive to get the land back to the county. That's the first thing that has to happen, is the land comes back to the county. And then we have a second discussion about where we go from there. But we didn't want to do anything without having ownership of the property.
Yeah, to me, I think it would be helpful if the board had some sort of commitment that if, that we could get the land back, that they would take the building down and not let it just sit there and continue to deteriorate, and that we would work toward establishing this plan as funds become available. Since, certain pieces like the pavilion right away, Maybe you can get the basketball courts done in a year. I mean, you just don't know some of those. The big ticket item is a building. I mean, right now,
Right.
costs are $300 and some a square foot to do anything. That may come down. And so those prices may come down. But I think
But still
it's
gonna be
helpful
expensive,
that the Dawn Progressive Association knows the whole board or the majority of the board feels like this is what we are going to do. And if you were to turn the land back to the county, the first thing we're going to do is get the building taken down and cleaned up and put that pavilion up. And then we're going to work toward the rest of the establishment of this park that already exists. Low Massey already is a park. And then we're just going to continue to upgrade it. And the other thing I didn't mention is we turned the baseball field away from the convenience site and put that down next to the parking lot. Currently, I think the diamond is in the northwest corner. And so we reoriented the ball field. And those things are not super expensive. We've done that in other places where we moved some ball fields around. So the big ticket item is the new building and obviously some of the parking lot work. But I think if there was a consensus that the board's on board with this plan and this concept, then Mr. Underwood in his negotiations has a stronger point when he's talking to those folks. Hey, this is not just me. This is the board's commitment. It's not any money, but it's the board's commitment.
And I think what you might be able to do is put together a phasing plan that says that there might be 5 or 6 phases, but in phase 1, we're going to tear the building down and put up the pavilion.
Right.
Phase 2, we're going to do the baseball field.
Right.
Phase 3, we do such and such. And,
right.
and then they can see what it's projected to be. And again, the county gave the Dawn Progressive Association the land, and they, for whatever reason, haven't been able to, take care of that building. So it's probably in their best interest to return it to the county and make some arrangements that if they need to use the building, they can.
Well, like I said, the first thing I had to do was make sure the board had an appetite to continue the discussion and to make sure they have an appetite to return it, because if not, then it's a moot point. We move forward. So I think this is just the first step in saying, do we have an appetite to put that? We talked about doing things in phases, but again, the first thing we have to do is make sure that land comes back to the county with the plan to move forward. But I didn't want to pull the cart before the horse.
So we just need consensus on this, right?
Yeah, that's all. Right.
And I think that's a great idea personally, so I'm
good
support
with
that.
it. Mr. Thomas is good with it.
I think it's good to make it part of the larger plan for the county.
All right.
I'm fine with it as long as we do a larger plan for the whole entire county for everything, because we have needs across the whole entire county. Thank you.
We'll move forward, Mr. Cullen. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit after 7:30. It is time for public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for citizens across the county to speak about any issue they have with or have concerns within the county. When you come to the podium, please state your name, your voting magisterial district, and you have 3 minutes to express your concern. Public comment is now open.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Underwood and Board of Supervisors. My name is Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. Our group is here tonight, as we have been many times before, to oppose industrial solar installations. It's not specific.
Oh, general, okay.
General, sir.
Yes, you're right.
Thank you. To oppose industrial solar installations on the agricultural land that makes up our beautiful county. We have given this board many reasons and a huge amount of data conveying why this is a bad idea for Caroline. In our region and elsewhere across the state, solar farms are making headlines and the news is far from good. There is hardly a solar facility that has not had a major issue, all of which are unresolved, and in the end will predictably fall financially on the county and we taxpayers. You have seen the videos and read reports addressing violation of land and property rights, as well as the devastation that has occurred to the neighboring properties of these installations as the runoff turns their land and water into literal mud soup. As I have pointed out to you, electrical fires have broken out at many of these facilities in the state, most recently devastating the solar facility in Essex, which local units were at first not even able to extinguish. Also recently, have you noticed our Dominion power bills have gone up? And the reason why they will continue to keep going up is because the Virginia General Assembly passed legislation in 2021 to ensure that they subsidize solar, sold as green energy credits to big corporations like Microsoft and Amazon, and not we local users. They turn a profit by charging us, the local customers, on our bills. So solar will not lower the electric rates of or provide electricity to Caroline citizens. It actually increases it. In the months that we have appeared here, the vast majority of speakers, your citizens that you represent, have told you that in no uncertain terms that we do not want solar. Your planning commission has rejected every major and most minor proposals. The handful of people who have spoken in favor of solar have been brought in by the solar companies, most notably the landowners enticed by huge profits. That so-called petition that is in your packet, presented by an out-of-county pro-solar PAC, was vetted by one of our members. After calling 2/3 of the people who supposedly signed this petition, it was found that many did not even know their names had been added, were not from Caroline County, or simply checked the box in the email that they wanted more information. The results of the so-called taco petition are far from honest. Before I ask my next question, may I say that we so appreciate the supervisors who have listened to the majority of the citizens who elected them. We legitimate Caroline citizens who face-to-face, neighbor-to-neighbor, signed in-person petitions against several solar proposals. So what exactly is going on in Caroline between our representatives and these solar companies and their powerful lobby? In Spotsylvania 2019, the supervisors there were charged with ethics complaints when they approved Urban Grid's massive S-Power in spite of overwhelming opposition. Should we raise the same question here in Caroline? We elected you to serve us, and we would ask that you please start doing so. Our group is growing and getting more exposure every day. We will continue to fight this very bad deal for Caroline citizens in our beautiful county, and we'll make sure these signs are placed everywhere in the districts, so all the residents are aware of what is transpiring. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hodges, let me say thank you, and I appreciate you following the rules.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak this evening? Please, no applause, please. Take your time.
Give me 0.
Supervisor, staff, thank you for letting us speak tonight. My name is Ray Schiebel. I believe I'm still in the Port Royal District. I'm not exactly sure how they redistrict everything, but I think I'm still in Port Royal. But anyhow, what I'm talking about tonight is the hazards on Quarters Road. There's some severe curves on that. As a matter of fact, on the right-hand shoulder, just before you get to French Lane, the rain has washed the shoulder up. There's a ditch 6 inches deep, so you can't even pull off the side of the road if you're meeting oncoming traffic. It's ridiculous. VDOT doesn't maintain shoulders on that road, and there's 6 or 7 very hazardous curves. I'd like to see something done. I have personally tried to contact VDOT to make them aware of the hazards on there. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention, hoping that maybe somebody from VDOT was here tonight to hear me. Well, apparently they're not. But anyhow,
They will hear you.
okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Nancy, you got that? You got it.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Raymond Quash. I'm from the Rita Church District. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and fellow board members. I'm here today about, let me read it, make sure I say it correctly. I'm here to talk about the board about allowing all seniors free admission to anything that the county sponsors. If you go around the state of Virginia, Henrico, Chesterfield, Richmond, North Virginia, if you're 62 years or older, you don't have to pay for anything, anything that the county sponsors, like the county fair, high school games, or anything like that. All you have to do is, I borrowed some cards from my friends who's in those counties. All you got to do is walk to the game and show them the card, and they'll allow you in the game or whatever the county is sponsoring. Only what the county is sponsoring, not what private people are sponsoring. And somebody might say, well, it might cost them a lot of money. But if the grandparents come to the game, they bring their kids, their grandkids. What do grandkids do? Buy concessions, all the paraphernalia and stuff. So I don't see where we're going to lose any money. But these people have been paying taxes all these years. They should get some relief that go into things that the county gives. And I hope that y'all will see fit to do that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quash.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Faith McFadden. I'm a Woodford resident in the Port Royal voting district, and I would like to comment on solar energy in our county this evening. I support solar energy when done responsibly, but we must tread cautiously when considering utility-scale solar projects in our county. The challenge before us is how do we do this responsibly with so much being learned in real time? Longitudinal data by nature takes time to collect, and I wouldn't expect it to be available now since solar facilities have not been around that long. I do, however, expect anyone presenting a solar proposal to our county and citizens to be transparent about what is known, what is unknown, and what has been learned thus far. Portraying the absence of data as evidence of safety should be illegal and is in many industries. Unintended consequences of the decisions we make now may have effects that outlive us all. If we choose to give up our natural resources to make space for these facilities, we must do so knowing that these resources will not be replenished in our lifetime, likely not in our children's lifetimes. We must decide if the potential risks are worth the potential benefits and if we are willing to lose these resources for our foreseeable future. With the projected lifespans of these projects and time required to return the land to its prior state, the reality before those of us here tonight is most of us will not be around to see it. Solar representatives have had a voice in this from the beginning, with multiple opportunities to influence the solar ordinances and make a case for their respective projects. Their voices continue to be heard, but what about the citizens of Caroline County? Residents who spoke at the public hearings for these specific projects expressed a lack of information, uncertainty as to how a project affected them, and a general sense of being uninformed on projects near them in the county and in the county. I found this with the Frog, Woodford, Ladder, Shad, Muskie, Whalebone, Racehorse, and CC projects. Currently proposed projects may not be required to follow the latest DEQ stormwater guidance or the water quality best management practices for the EPA Chesapeake Bay water quality model. They may also be exempt from House Bill 206, recently passed to address renewable energy projects' impacts on natural resources. It deems a project to have significant adverse effects if it would disturb more than 10 acres of prime agricultural soil, 50 acres of continuous forest land, or land enrolled in a forestry preservation program. This is because active projects are grandfathered in, provided such application receives an interconnection approval by December 31st, 2024. I have great concern about any solar facility not being required to follow current evidence-based guidance that was brought forth to address adverse effects seen with solar projects thus far. I don't know how this is justifiable at the state level, but it should give us all pause when considering these projects in our county. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McFadden.
Good evening, Chairman.
Good
Board of
evening.
Supervisors. I'd like to take this opportunity.
Your name, please?
Oh, Shauna Bice, Bowling Green District.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the board and everyone here of the board's commitment to the residents of Caroline County. Caroline's vision statement is as follows. It is the vision of the government of Caroline County to recognize the need for an enriched community while respecting our history and embracing our future. In respect to solar farms, potential toxic chemicals leaching into our personal home environments do not inspire an enriched sense of community, nor does it respect our history or promise an embraced future. Caroline County's mission statement is as follows. The government of Caroline County exists to serve the people of Caroline County in a professional, progressive, and cost-effective manner so all of our citizens may enjoy a protected quality of life and appreciate our diversity through openness and citizen participation. With the proposal of these solar farms, our protected quality of life has come under fire. And we ask that your mission is honored and upheld. Caroline County's core values state that Caroline County government is dedicated to excellence in public service. Its public servants shall be known for their professionalism, knowledge, dedication, and willingness to go the extra mile to help people. We call upon the board to assure us that these core values ring true in recognition that your personal knowledge of the said potential danger reflect in your vote and publicly showcases your personal responsibilities on the permanent record in this matter. If you have any doubts or sympathize with our plight, and if you can humbly admit, that we must know more before committing to this deal, please vote to oppose the solar farms. I've prepared an additional public comment in respect to CC Solar Project that I will return to the podium for later when public comment's open for that. And I just request that you please keep Caroline County's vision and mission statements and core values in mind. Thank you for your time, this opportunity, and your careful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bryce.
Good evening. My name is Tim Tobin. I am in the Port Royal District. And just briefly, I want to let you know a little bit of my background. Grew up on farms, born and raised in Virginia. I was an HCA, Hospital Corporation of America executive for 30 years. Gone through a lot of business contracts. I was the CEO that developed Spotsylvania Regional Medical Center. So I'm familiar with site establishment, site development. I'm currently the owner of a 142-acre regenerative farm in Woodford. In this past year, 2021, I was voted as the Virginia Soil and Grasslands Council Forage Producer of the Year. So, I'm recognized as knowing how to deal with the environment. I have a degree in zoology, a master's in healthcare administration. I'm also an associate member of the Hanover Caroline Soil and Water District Board. I've looked at these solar projects, and generally I just want to talk about my opposition to the larger solar projects. I kind of see some pros to these projects. The positives are tax income to the county, and I think that's something that's difficult to ignore when you're on the Board of Supervisors. Income to the landowner, certainly it's an attractive way for farmers to be able to get some income for land that's maybe standing fallow. The generation of green energy, we all want to have a better way to produce energy that's not producing carbon. Reducing the number of logging trucks on roads. I've heard that as a possible advantage to these solar farms. But that's kind of, to me, where the benefits stop. When I look at the negatives of these solar projects, I see destruction of forests, elimination of thousands of acres, literally thousands of acres of renewable resources, elimination of thousands of acres of wildlife habitat, some of those animals being protected animals, soil compaction, water runoff, loss and destruction of topsoil, which is one of our nation's most important assets, having topsoil that will grow food and other things for our society. Additionally, most solar panels are made in China. So purchasing or getting into these projects, we're funding hostile competitors to our country. The unknown decommissioning costs. Interestingly, when I was speaking at the Soil and Water Conservation District, the director told me, Lee Daniels, who's a soil scientist with Virginia Tech, said we need to treat these sites as mine reclamation sites if we decommission them. That's very expensive. The cost of the contract will lead to higher energy costs. Essentially, it's a pass-through tax to our citizens. I think it's premature. The state is currently working on recommendations to manage solar projects. And I do believe solar projects, just like our hospital when we started it, need to have an environmental impact study. When you think about the impact to our citizens, all the money that's coming to the county, that's coming to these organizations, to landowners, they come out of the pockets of those who purchase energy, who purchase the electricity.
Mr. Tobin, would you wrap up, please?
Yes, and so I think when you think of clearing, construction, bonds, landowner payments, taxes to the county, they're all coming out of the pockets of our citizens. And I urge you to vote against these large solar projects in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize for running a little
That's
over.
okay. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Kenneth Schneider. I'm from the Bowling Green District. Just going to break down things in simple terms when it comes to solar energy in our county. You don't really need a sign to see, who supports it or not. I think if majority of these citizens supported solar energy, they'd have it on their roofs or out in their yards already. This is something that I think was touched. It's heavily subsidized right now, just like electric vehicle charging stations to the north. Things look great until it's not. So when subsidies start going away from the federal government on these energy industries, that burden is forked over eventually to the taxpayer. And when it comes to maintenance costs, something that looks, very cost efficient on the front end has very high sustainment costs in the long run. So please consider that, when making a vote on solar, and hopefully you all, choose the right path forward, and that's to vote against solar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
David Smith from Madison District. I live in Ladysmith Village. I'm not here tonight to scare you or prey on your fears for solar energy. My job, I work with the environmental department. I'm not going to say where because I've been told not to represent it. We have no concerns about leaching chemicals from panels into the groundwater. Maintenance of an item that doesn't move is very minimal. The way that these things have been designed is baked in from the birth of solar energy. And that means the perspective of conservation and natural resources on the front end of creating a solar panel in the first place. So I don't have a speech, sorry. I just wanted to represent, I guess, the few that are for solar power in this county. You guys heard from me before. I'm against deforestation too, but if the bulk of the project, less than 20% of deforestation on the whole site, I'm good with it. Other than that, erosion occurs on bare land, whether it's farm that hasn't been farmed, or it's solar panel or solar farm that hasn't been planted right. I know that they're still working on different plant variations that will grow and not have to be maintained. But it seems like a very small problem in the grand scheme of things. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm no speaker.
That's okay. Good evening.
I'm Susan Sullivan from the Port Royal District. And my concern is on these solar projects, okay? My concern is, are we being good stewards of the land that God has given us? Stripping forests and farmlands for solar shouldn't be a toss-up. The importance of forests in supporting our well-being is overlooked and needs to be addressed. Forests regulate our climate and accumulate large quantities of carbon for years. But when they are disturbed or timbered, the carbon is returned to the atmosphere, thus adding to global heating. Losing enough trees and our planet's cycling of carbon, water, and nutrients will be thrown into disarray.
As stewards of the land, we need to act in the best interest and with respect, and not use it in any way that could harm our neighbors. Slapping a price tag on nature is not sustainable. When we neglect our responsibility to be wise stewards, nature groans. If we continue to exploit and abuse our rural areas, what will be left for our future generations? We are the stewards of the land at this time, and we have a responsibility to care for it. It's an abomination and an outrage to strip fertile lands and timber for solar. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Brent Hunsinger. I'm with Friends of the Rappahannock. I appreciate the ability to speak with you all this evening. I'm here, I'll be briefer than I'd like to give you a little update on what we're doing in Caroline County. It's been a while. I'm speaking with Ms. Long before. So just so you know a little bit about what we're doing in the county, we are working with the Hanover Caroline Soil and Water Conservation District and Caroline County public school staff to work on a grant to write an environmental literacy plan for all the students within the county, including some other surrounding counties. We're also excited to be working with Robin Didlake, a recently retired 9th grade environmental science teacher in the county, who is going to be working as a liaison with the county. We're also working to continue to find funding to continue working with the 9th grade environmental science students. And we were also very pleased to participate in the Caroline Block Party last week. It was an excellent event with many thousands of people there. So thank you very much for that invitation. We appreciate that. We continue to pursue funding for living shorelines, conservation landscaping, and rain garden projects countywide from 95 all the way over to Port Royal. We're working with Hanover Caroline Soil and Water to carry out the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program, which is a cost share program for suburban and urban stormwater projects. We will continue our litter abatement efforts, especially as the colder months come and the leaves come off the trees. Advocacy, we know that there are many water needs within the county. We look forward to continuing to work with you all on finding solutions to answering those questions about your water needs, as well as the needs of the Rappahannock River itself. So we look forward to continuing. And I do say thank you for DEQ coming last Wednesday to give a presentation. It was very helpful to all of us, I think, to attend that informational session. We're very appreciative of the board's participation in the House Bill 206 work group that is working to address the loss of forest and prime ag soils due to solar project installation. That is an ongoing effort. We look forward to seeing what the results of that work group are in the future. We know that this is not an easy issue. Finally, I'd like to introduce Heather Strother, who has been hired as the Mattaponi York River Steward as part of Friends of the Rappahannock. With that, I will let her introduce herself. Thank you very much for your time.
All righty. Good evening, Mr. Chair and member of the board. I'm excited to be here tonight to introduce myself as the newest addition to Friends of the Rappahannock as the York River Steward. And with that, I get to start initiatives of outreach throughout the entirety of the York. However, the portion of my position that I wanted to speak with you tonight is about the grant that is funding a portion of my job. It is a 319 non-point source grant, which will focus on the Mattaponi watershed. And with that, I have been looking at the Mattaponi total maximum daily load goals. And this will allow me to work with the constituents within sub-watersheds in the Mattaponi. So the Matta, the Po, the Poni, the Mattaponi River, as well as Maricosset Creek, Polecat Creek, and Reedy Creek. And with my position, I will be working with the Soil and Water Conservation Districts to assist the constituents with the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program
to implement urban best management practices, which will include rain gardens, tree and shrub establishment, as well as bioretention. And we will also have the resources to implement pet waste management. So with that being said, this grant is working towards reducing the E. coli bacteria throughout the watershed. And we'll have 1 year to produce these deliverables. However, I'm looking forward to the other grants that will have opportunity to grow within the county here in Caroline and reach the goals to make sure that all streams in the Mattaponi watershed are drinkable, fishable, and swimmable under the Clean Water Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you and welcome. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kathy Roselle, and I was in Port Royal, but now redistricting put me in Bowling Green. I don't have a fancy resume, but I think I speak for a very important part, which I'm a lifelong resident of Caroline County, and so is my husband. And we're very much opposed to the solar, like the whole patchwork, the 200-acre plot here, 300 here, 400 there. It scars the way the county and the rural landscape. We drove through Richmond County the other day and went across the river looking pretty, and right off to your left-hand side is a 50-acre field of these solar panels, and it's ugly. And I still say, that's the first thing. I hate for people to come to our county and see that, and that's their first thing is, ooh, there's those ugly solar panels. So that's one. Then furthermore, as everybody else has already said, I'm not going into any of these details. They're environmentally unfriendly, not at all friendly to wildlife or people. And there's no benefit to the local economy. My husband and I also believe that I truly believe the majority of the county is opposed to solar farms. As somebody else stated earlier, if you're a proponent for it, you've probably already got it connected to your house, and you're probably driving a solar car because you're all into it. Just speaking with my neighbors and people from other counties, I just feel that everybody says the same thing. I haven't really bumped into anybody that's like, oh yes, let's go solar. So anyway, I just think it would be disgraceful if the Board of Supervisors, if you continue on and don't vote no or modify the plans or something I'm really opposed to the spotting. If there's like a 2,000-acre field somewhere that's sparsely populated, but there needs to be some kind of, infrastructure or a plan. It just doesn't look like it's a plan right now. It's like everybody grabbing for money, and so anyway, vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Roselle. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Little handouts.
Give it to Alan.
Ann Middlebrook, Reedy Church District. Hear about the concerts, of course. The handout, I'm just going to gloss over 3 key points from the handout so you can read the handout. First point is that all of us who are exhibiting acute displeasure over the after hours noise, we were here at our properties before 2021 with the rural preservation. Okay, so that's was our understanding when we bought and moved in and built our homes on our properties. Second point, for those on the board who repeatedly insist that proximity to AP Hill is somehow relevant comparison, it is not. AP Hill was established prior to said residence even being built. Furthermore, United States military used that facility to protect our country. So absolutely no comparison to the after hours concerts. Third thing, for those on the board who propose that my neighbors and I suck it up for the greater good, please remember that your county vision emphasizes respectful and neighborly behaviors. These words, greater good, cause angst right along with the noise itself in a really hurtful way. I would really, and furthermore, I'd like to understand what the net benefit is for Caroline County from these concerts. What is the amount of greater good coming to the bottom line after all the related county expenses? Okay, so beside the handout, other comments. When the permit was approved, there was a request from the board to provide all the complaints. And where are those complaints? That's my question. Where are the complaints and where are the noise readings? Where are the noise readings so we can see what the level of compliance has been? Second point here, as we all are learning about noise together, apparently, my conclusion is that the limit of 65 at the property line, it's too loud. Maybe 60 might work better, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess. It's a big experiment that's, been a journey of relatively irresponsible management. It's causing my neighbors and myself, inordinate amount of time to participate in monitoring and reporting disturbances and coming to these meetings. And also there's members of the county that are impacted by having to deal with the nightly monitoring. So third thing, where are you guys on the measurement of the hertz, the bass, the booming bass? Where are you at with that? Because I don't think that there's a way to measure it. So you don't know if you're in compliance, and it's just not tolerable. You don't even know whether you're in compliance, and it is not tolerable. So, they use this kind of noise to torture people, and that's what it feels like. So you can read up on the torture. So those who repeatedly stated that we will never be happy, that's not true. Because over the course of the several concerts we've heard, there have been no noise impact, where we've heard that people have been enjoying the concert and we have not heard anything. So it's possible. And we didn't complain. I've even sent comments in saying noise was pretty good last night. So, we all go to bed early and get up early, where all of the neighbors here, it's an impact. And the last thing, I'm just going to remind you guys that your words matter. So I watched that video last month from the meeting, and those words stuck in my head all month long. So every comment and everything you guys say up there, it matters. And in this 3 minutes I have, it's really hard to discuss and share with you the impact of night after night, weekend after weekend, the whole summer. And now, we're worn out. And now we get to look forward to the state fair for 10 days and then more concerts after, thanks to the extension that was granted at the last meeting for the after hours concert. Thanks. Sorry I went over.
That's okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Underwood.
Good evening, Ms. Lambert.
Karen Lambert, Reedy Church District. Again, we were given assurances via proffers to help protect our beloved way of living in the rural area. We live in rural preservation. Those proffers had continued to erode away while the expansion of permissible ventures continue to affect our way of life and the enjoyment of our property. The rural preservation zoning, which is touted by the county as a positive thing to live here, that is something that the county touts as a wonderful thing, we are no longer able to enjoy. just because the fairground has that zoning, it should not affect the way we can enjoy our property because we are rural preservation. So you are continually asking us to allow more and more negative effect, and we're just supposed to accept it. We know with the fair, there's going to be 10 days of traffic, especially on the weekends. I can't get in or out of my property, but it's something that happens. We should not be asked to give up weekends and other days. There's 5 additional concerts after the fair, all the way through October 15th. And I don't think it's fair that we have to worry whether they're going to keep it quiet or not. Leonard Skinner was a very loud concert. There were some before and some after that I had to listen to see if they were even being, ongoing. So it is able to be kept quiet enough. So that number 65 is just an arbitrary number. It may work in some areas, but possibly in that piece of property, 65 is just too loud and we have to lower that. I don't know, because we've asked what those numbers are on the concerts that don't bother us, but that's what we have to aim for. That's where we need to go. We don't just pick 65 because maybe another area has that, because the topography of the land is just different. The concert experience is still able to be enjoyed by those attending. So we just need to be fair to those of us that are around and have lived there prior to any of this being allowed. We really need to lower it and then work on it and see if we can come to a culmination of everyone being happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lambert.
Good evening, Mr. Underwood.
Good evening.
And the board, thank you for hearing us out. And I am Kathleen Hudson from Reedy Church, and I wanted to just have it on the record of the email that I sent to each one of you last month after the meeting. I guess I misunderstood when it was appropriate to address the concerns during the public hearing because there was a segment under new business. But anyway, I wanted to address primarily the 2 events held on August 6th in the evening. The music from the concert was present, but it was really not that bad until the competition from the rodeo occurred. And when that got into full gear, the bullhorns were ridiculously loud. I guess that's why I'm really concerned about the state fair now, as we know there'll be bullhorns and all sorts of things going on. And as others have alluded to, we've just we got raw nerves going into this 10 days. But during that time, I went to my back door more than once, thinking someone was in the woods right behind my house. And what really irritated me was the comment from one of the board members who said something to the effect as, they're going to complain no matter what. And that's not really true. I was sitting here in the auditorium and I heard that, and it really hit a raw nerve. And I was mad about it the whole time, the whole evening, and then afterwards. And so, as others have said, words do matter. And again, all of the homes that are experiencing this infringement on our quality of rural life were here long before the state fair, rodeos, and concerts were even imagined as a possibility. So when you cast your votes, you represent each one of us, even though you're elected from voters in 5 other districts. The comment about doing this for the greater good should not include infringement on our rights as rural citizens. The state fair was pushed on us from the very beginning with some promises made that were never upheld. One of those promises was no large-scale concerts, and that obviously has gone by the wayside. long ago. They did it at the fair, and then, of course, now for the last 2 years. And I thank Mr. Thomas for his comments about the sound barrier. A small county tax added to the cost of a ticket would help in that endeavor. I thank you, Mr. Underwood, for introducing that idea, as it was originally discussed for events that were for-profit when the state fair, which is privately run and not funded by Virginia, came to Caroline County. We as residents pay our taxes and deserve to, in turn, receive some respect for the rural life we've chosen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Good evening, Mr. Underwood.
Good evening,
My name is
Hudson.
John Hudson from Reedy Church. And the last time you and I were running around measuring the sound from that concert, we were over at Mark Witt's house. And that's the same concert that I measured with. I have an app on my phone. And I measured, and it agreed with what Mr. Reitman was measuring. Mark's house, if you do Google Maps, is 5,600 feet from this edge of the stage at that concert venue. And we are reading somewhere almost at 60-something decibels, almost a mile from that concert venue. So you can imagine what it's doing to our nerves and our houses. That whole area around there, and there's a lot of people that won't come here to speak because they said, well, the supervisor's going to do what they want to do anyway. And that's pretty sad. And the last concert was Saturday night? Saturday night. It was still, at times, it was loud. But it wasn't that pound, pound, pound from the bass that really rattles your house. But the fact, my house, I'm 5,100 feet from that stage, and my windows are being rattled. I'm not sure what the answer to this is, but we got to come up with some type of agreement or something to lower that decibel level. And I think if the county, or somehow we got to come up with a way of having that measured and say, okay, this is what it has to be, because we have 10 days of the fair coming up, and that is going to be rough. Because last year it was really miserable. And that stage for the state fair now is between the Farm Bureau building and the big house. And so that makes it almost 1,000 feet closer to my house. And everybody else there gets it. So now we got 1,000 feet closer of the same thing for 10 days in a row. And that's getting pretty rough. And anyway, the comment I want to close with is AP Hill. AP Hill was established in 1941, and it's a military installation. And people that come into this county know that there's a military installation there. And to compare a beautiful sound of a machine gun or artillery piece firing to a concert is ludicrous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Mr. Underwood.
Good evening.
Members of the board. My name is Gabby Farnsworth. I live in the Reedy Church District. I'm here to talk about the concert series. And first of all, I wanted to show my appreciation for members of the board that are listening to us and seem to be taking us seriously. But more specifically, I wanted to address the recurrent comment by some members of the board that we are constant complainers that are never satisfied. To be cast into the light of a constant complainer I find it is dismissive, disrespectful, and implies an underlying unwillingness to even understand the situation that we're in. Because of the concert series, our community has sustained financial losses, increased physical burdens, and emotional upheaval. Financially, for example, I lost my housemate who contributed financially to the expenses of the household and helped in the barn. Yes, there were other factors, but those other factors were under our control. The noise of the concerts were the nail in the coffin. This increased the physical burden on me. I am now working 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every time I come to speak before you, I lose income because I have to cancel clients. There are other examples in our community of people's livelihood that has been diminished, and subsequently people losing their jobs and had to take big cuts in pay. This is serious. Those are serious matters. How serious do we need to get before somebody takes us seriously? Our properties are our homes, our businesses, or our offices, as some of us work from home. How can it be acceptable when virtual meetings are disrupted by blasting music and bass noise? How can it be acceptable when I have to field a call after hours from a client in crisis and I'm being blasted with music? Our homes are also supposed to be our sanctuaries where we can recover from a hard day of work. How can it be acceptable to be blasted with music when we try to get ready for another day? As I outlined in my last email to you, we have also, as a community, suffered emotional consequences as well. Stress and distress, anxiety, depression, hopelessness, sleeplessness, and gastrointestinal upsets secondary to emotional stress. In what world is that acceptable? How bad does it have to get before we're taken seriously? The disrespect by some of the board members literally rolls downhill to the Meadow Event Park. They do not appear to be governing themselves. Without constant supervision, the music is blasted as loud as possible. Some members of our community have contacted Marlene directly, only to be dismissed by her as well. Now, this is the first time in my life that I've ever come before a board of supervisors to bring a matter to their attention. Is this not where we are supposed to go? And again, having said all this, again, I want to appreciate the members of the board who are listening to us and who are taking us seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tim Lilly, Port Royal District. We moved to Caroline County over 30 years ago when we were attracted by the rural nature of the county. And we envisioned that we could live a rural agricultural lifestyle. We have a small hobby farm over in the Citing district of Caroline County. One of the things that's always impressed me about Caroline County is how we manage growth, how we have a comprehensive plan which details what areas will be developed and what type of development will take place within those areas. But what I'm seeing, and particularly with these solar plants, I refuse to call them a farm. They're not agricultural at all. They are industrial sites. These solar plants, the majority of them require an exemption, a special exemption to rural preservation. So we're sacrificing our rural resources for these solar plants. I'm going to have to skip around just a little bit, but Caroline County has always made rural preservation and managed growth a priority. And I believe that the board should honor and adhere to the plan as this request for special exemption. These requests for special exemptions do not outweigh the well-being of the residents who have opted to live here and enjoy the area and maintain a rural agricultural lifestyle. The Caroline County Comprehensive Plan clearly makes rural and agricultural preservation a priority. It also provides for growth management, provides guidelines for such. Location of growth, which is in the Comprehensive Plan, page 8.34, says that the guiding principle will be to encourage growth to locate in existing growth areas with available and planned infrastructure to reflect the costly extension of services. An implementation strategy is to review and revise county policies, procedures, and regulations, and ensure that future land use decisions direct growth to existing growth areas, consistent with the growth management goals. Under industrial uses on page 8.5 and 8.6, it cited that Caroline County currently has approximately 3,390 acres of land zoned for industrial uses. And again, I will point out that solar plants are industrial sites. They are not farms, they're not pretty, they have nothing to do with agriculture. They are an industrial plant. Now, within that discussion of the industrial uses within Caroline County, 3 different methods were used to calculate the acreage required to maintain an industrial growth base in conjunction with what we need for our rural preservation areas. And in all three different scenarios, and this is cited directly from the comprehensive plan, it would appear that the amount of land that is both planned for as well as already zoned for industrial development exceeds the amount of land needed to meet development expectations. So I would suggest that as we look, if we want to move into the area of these solar plants as an industrial base for the county in order to generate revenue, that we do so by utilizing those areas that are already zoned for industrial use. And we maintain our rural preservation. Rural preservation is zoned for 1 residence per 10 acres. That's a good density, and that would allow people, that would attract people that are trying to escape the sprawl just to our north to come here and enjoy this rural agricultural lifestyle that we have. It would allow them to have a small hobby farm, maybe raise some goats, some chickens, but it's also going to contribute to the tax base because I pay on average $2,500 a year in taxes.
Mr. Little, could you wrap up, please?
Yes. I am opposed to special exemptions. There is no urgent or compelling need to grant a special exemption in any way, shape, or form to allow our rural preservation lands to be used as industrial sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening. My name is Kirk Harklow. I live in the Woodford district of Port Royal. I just wanted to briefly go over, I'll be back up again later, probably. My concern for the rural character of the county, and the rural character is more than just what you see from the road or a buffer zone. It speaks to the inventory that we have of farmland and agricultural land and green habitat that's able to be exchanged between people. I know of no family, maybe someone knows of someone here looking to buy a solar industrial site to run. I understand we all work for someone, but the company is looking to do this. They aren't part of the county. I just hope it's not lost on the board the hypocrisy of destroying our green habitat so faraway companies can advertise having gone green at the expense of forever altering the rural character and way of life of our beloved county. This should be done on an industrial site. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing no one coming forth, public comment is closed. If the board will indulge me, I'd like to suspend the rules of our meeting. I just want to say to my constituents regarding the concert, because normally we don't respond during public comment. So I'm suspending the rules until I make my comments. When we passed the ordinance for the festival, I'm sure all of us here believe that the 65 decibel level was going to be appropriate. It's clear that it's not. Our goal is always going to be to make sure that you can enjoy the comforts of your home and your property. And we will revisit this again. We'll come back. The ordinance is set at this point until the end of this year. And we come back and we'll revisit it again. But your voices are being heard. I don't mind you calling me. I think most of you have talked to me directly. I am sorry that anybody on this board has made you feel as though your comments are not wanted or to suck it up and deal with it. Because it was probably in their backyard, they'd have the same feeling. So I understand. I hear you. I see you. I think Mr. Whiteman and I have been almost to every concert except for two, and we have done readings at every concert. They do not exceed the ordinance that we put in place, the 65 decibel. But that, as I told some of you, it may be too much coming out of the fair. But it's for discussion, though. But I want you to know that certainly we do hear you, and we will continue to do everything possible to make sure that your quality of life improves. We will do everything that we can. We're working on it, we worked on it, and we will continue to work on it until, like I said, as I say before, I'm not going to lie, the fair isn't going anywhere. That's going to be the state fair site. But if we can make it more amenable for you, then we're going to do our best. When I moved to Caroline County 40 plus years ago, there were no truck stops at Carmel Church. But now I probably see 1,000, 1,500 trucks a day that I deal with trying to turn into my driveway, going home, trying to turn on Ruth Glen Road. It's the price that I pay for expansion. It's the price that I pay for tax revenue. Sometimes it gets unbearable, and sometimes I get angry. When the state fair is on 30 and the trucks are on 207, it's awful difficult for me to even get home. But I know it's not going to be that way all the time. So I hear you. Again, if any member of this board was disrespectful or you felt they were disrespectful, I will apologize on behalf of this board. That's not our goal or our intention. And I will promise you that we will keep working on it. May not be what you want, but I can guarantee you we will keep working on it until we get some kind of resolve. So I appreciate you coming tonight too, and thank you. I will now reinstate the rules of the meetings, and we will go on to agenda item number 4. It's a public hearing. Our first public hearing tonight is proposed solar siting agreement between CC Solar LLC and the County of Caroline. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your first public hearing tonight is on the proposed siting agreement which accompanies special exception permit 04-2021. As the board is aware, section 15.2-2316.8 of the Code of Virginia allows localities to consider the acceptance and approval of a siting agreement for major solar energy projects. The siting agreement subject to tonight's public hearing includes supplemental provisions for permitting, construction and administration, operations, maintenance, fees, payments, contributions, closure, and decommissioning related to the major solar energy project for CC Solar. A clean copy of the draft siting agreement, as well as comparison copies, are included in the packet. The county attorney has been involved in the negotiations concerning the language with the siting agreement with legal counsel for CC Solar. The board held a public hearing for the siting agreement at its August 9th, 2022 meeting. However, there were substantial changes to that original document, and we felt it was warranted to hold an additional public hearing on this matter. If you have any questions, Mr. McKenzie is here to address any specific questions you may have regarding the siting agreement, any discussions and changes that have occurred since this was previously presented to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Mr. McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out one procedural aspect, legal procedural aspect for the board before we get started with the presentation. And that's, as staff mentioned just now, This citing agreement relates to this special exception for the use of the property as a solar facility. That special exception went to public hearing back in January and it's been deferred since. This citing agreement and that special exception are interrelated but separate. And your consideration and ultimate decision on this citing agreement does not bind you in any way to make a certain decision on the special exception. You can approve or deny this citing agreement, and you retain the discretion to approve or deny the special exception after that. But the citing agreement is one of the many factors relevant to your decision making on the special exception because it addresses the topics that Mr. Pincham just highlighted for you in his staff report. And so I wanted to make that procedural aspect clear for the board before we get started.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Is the applicant here would like to speak before I open up public hearing? What's that? Yes, that's just the citing agreement. That's what the public hearing is for. This.
Hi, good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Rob Probst. I'm here representing Urban Grid to provide some information about the project as it relates to the citing agreement. Just find the clicker here. Some of the information that I'm going to share with you in this very brief comments that I have are things that you may have heard in the past, but I think they do bear repeating.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right now, we're doing the public hearing for the citing agreement.
Yes, sir.
So not the project, I don't think. Mr. McKenzie, am I correct?
No, that's correct.
Only first for our discussion. Right. So you're saying you're going to do an overview of the project. I'm just saying I want to make sure that we stick to the conversation about the citing agreement first.
Sure. Well, my point was to bring some of the highlights of the project that fold into the citing agreement.
Well, I think you'd have to, I don't want to get into the project as conversation. If you want to discuss.
Okay, well, let me jump to just a couple of aspects of this presentation that speak to the content of the citing agreement. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Thank you for that latitude. Well, let's see. I'm going to jump to the economic impacts, which are kind of front and central aspect of the citing agreement. So in the citing agreement, it talks about the tax revenue that the project generates, which comes from the real estate taxes, as well as the revenue share on the equipment, and of course the machinery and tools tax on the switching station. That is estimated at $13 million over the life of the project, and that's captured in that citing agreement. In addition, there's a voluntary payment in the citing agreement of $1.5 million, and these funds can be utilized by the county a variety of ways. I just took this language right out of the citing agreement that for critical infrastructure projects to improve the quality of life of the citizens, expand educational opportunities, healthcare services, broadband deployment, and support for emergency service personnel infrastructure. Of course, there's board's discretion to go beyond those things. That's just the language taken right out of the citing agreement. And of course, in addition, one of the details of that $1.5 million payment is that there is a payment that would be made within 90 days, assuming there would be approval of the project. There would be a payment due to the county in the amount of $100,000. And then after the citing agreement is approved, another payment is made to the county of $150,000. And then the the balance, the $1.25 million, that would be made once the project is operational. And so those dollars, allow the county to have something, right up front, instead of having them stretched over a period of time, so that they can put those dollars to use, again, according to the board's discretion, very early on in the life of the project. And of course, there'll be a continual revenue stream from the tax payments. The other thing that the citing agreement spends quite a bit of time talking about is the different conditions upon which the project is required to operate. As I've noted in the past, Caroline County has one of the most robust solar ordinances, and this is due to all the time spent by the planning staff and the planning commission, and as well as the board on the solar ordinance. And of course, we feel like that's going to be very protective of the citizens. Just in summary, for example, the solar ordinance has 33 different permit conditions to make sure that the projects are operating that safely throughout their life. 12 of those permit conditions are associated with stormwater management and erosion control that require measures to be installed prior to construction, monitored during construction, and made permanent and monitored after construction. And I know that the board has spent a great deal of time with the planning staff talking about and considering those issues related to stormwater management. And again, I think having a third of your solar ordinance focused on those provisions, again, just creates a very robust set of standards and guidelines for solar facilities in the county. And then finally, of course, the citing agreement also has the decommissioning agreement provision, which calls for the financial security to be posted prior to the start of construction and then updated every 5 years at the expense of the project owner, to make sure that at the end of the useful life of the facility, it is removed without any kind of burden on the taxpayers. Those are the highlights I wanted to share as it relates to the citing agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Prost. Any questions before I open up public comment? The public hearing, excuse me. All right. The public hearing is now open for the proposed solar siting agreement between CC Solar LLC and the County of Caroline. Is there anyone who'd like to come and speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rita Bell-Mont, AKA Belmonte. As I sat here this evening and listened to all of the comments and the concerns of many of our citizens of Caroline County, it urged me to stand up here and to ask a few questions. I appreciate this opportunity. The comments that I heard were that there are industrial areas that are designed for the solar energy sites. I'd like to know if CC Solar is going to be having their proposed site on one of these industrialized areas. Next, I'd like to know Where's the concern for the green of our
Ms.
county?
Belmont, the public hearing is about the agreement, the citing agreement. I think your comments would be more appropriate later when we get to the special exception, I would think. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay. Go on. I don't.
So again, my question is, my concern is, because I don't have that information, I don't have that packet to tell me if in fact the proposed siting agreement between CC Solar and Caroline County, if this solar proposal is within the industrialized areas that are designated, as opposed to being outside in our agriculture, other private agricultural areas. That's my question. I'd like an answer to that, please, if I may.
It is in an agricultural rural preservation area. It's not in an industrial zone. That's more over toward Carmel Church, correct? When you speak, yeah.
What's in the overlay district? It's in the overlay. You're right.
It's more over toward the Route 1 corridor, and Carmel Church area is where we have most of our industrial zoning already set. It's not specifically for, I don't think it was ever considered for solar use, but more for buildings and production and that type of thing.
I think that
it's an interesting idea the gentleman had, but it's.
Thank you.
And what district do you live in, Rita?
Mr. Chair,
Mattapanai, thank you.
have we suspended the rules for
Thank you.
public hearings again?
We have not, right? Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. McKenzie.
Something that just came up, and I think you're right. I just wanted to confirm this for you and for the audience that this public hearing is now on the citing agreement. So comments need to be limited to the approval or denial of the citing agreement. We've already had public comment. The special exception itself, the public hearing was in January. So that's already been conducted. Just wanted to clarify that.
I thought I was right. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Thomas.
And maybe Mr. Kinsey can be sure. The citing agreement was posted on the website and is available to everybody who wanted to see before the meeting, right?
Yes, it's been available for inspection in the county office since the notices went out, and it's also in the board packet.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding the proposed solar siting agreement?
Hi, my name is Tim Tobin. I'm in the Port Royal District. You heard from me a little bit earlier. Regarding the citing agreement, I have a question as well, and I also have an observation. One with regard to the observation, it seems that what CC Solar is telling us is that all these funds going to pay for all the aspects of the siting arrangement are paid for by CC Solar. But there is an incentive program established by the state that gives them a guaranteed margin on top of what is determined to be like a standard return. They get 3% on top of the guaranteed margin. So basically, the ratepayers are the ones that are paying for all these improvements. They're paying for the bonds. They're paying for everything. So this organization is able to provide all these guarantees to the county, including the incentives for accepting these programs, because it all comes from the ratepayers. This is not something that, in my estimation, that comes from the organization. These $1.3 million over the term of the contract are coming from the ratepayers. The other question, or the question that I have for you is, has an environmental impact study taken place to take a look at this siting agreement to determine the environmental impact of that? So that's my question. Hopefully one of you guys can answer that for me, or maybe CC Solar can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Lawrence Motor Jr. I'm a resident of the Mattaponai District and also of tax map 40 where CC Solar is sited. My Hunt Club, Poplar Grove LLC, owns 2 parcels on the south bank of the South River in between Bull Church Road and Bath Furnace Road connecting to South River Road. I own 130 acres behind that, and my Hunt group also has 3 other parcels. And when I originally read about this in the Freelance Star, I saw the property description location for the spec from August 26, 21, and it said 36 parcels, 1,600 acres. I'm going to abbreviate it a little bit. Located south of Page Road, west of Sunshine School Road, intersection, Port Royal Voting District, zoned RP. I rode around the county and I looked at all the little yellow signs for this and other solar projects. And I guess the point I'm making, and not until I read the Dutton Cultural Assessment, that I saw that west of Sunshine School Road was misleading. There's an 800-acre parcel north of Sunshine School Road to Page and one south that borders the North Shore of the river.
Okay, we had the public hearing about this project a few weeks ago. Tonight's discussion, right at this moment, this public hearing is only for the language here for the public, for the citing agreement. That's what we're discussing now. The language within the citing agreement is the discussion, not the project, only the citing agreement.
Well, that's fine. I just was in opposition to the citing agreement and the project.
Okay.
That
you can say you're in opposition, but right, that's what we're talking about is the citing agreement,
right.
Not the other.
I just think that this has not been properly advertised, and this is going to be a huge shock to a lot of residents of the county. I've received solicitation to sell my property to a solar group as well as the Hunt Club, and we're going to have a solar farm from Spotsylvania County straight in between.
But excuse me, sir, again, we're discussing the citing agreement. That is what this public hearing is for tonight.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Mr. Modi.
You did send us an email, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I was following up on that.
I just wanted to make sure we had that. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Faith McFadden, Port Royal District. I'm going to improvise a little bit because there's obviously been some confusion with what folks can and can't speak to. I feel strongly that that has a lot to do with notification, but I also noticed this hearing for the citing agreement, I believe, was posted on the county website roughly a week ago. So 7 days is not a lot of time for the average person to read through the updated citing agreement and come before you. So I can imagine some folks are confused as to what they can speak to tonight. I myself recently learned my home is neighboring this project, and so I'm here to express my opposition and ask you respectfully to deny the citing agreement and the permit. When they speak of stormwater management in the area, if you're not familiar, the area is comprised of water features and wetlands that are unsuitable for this type and scale of project. Anyone who lives in that area can attest to flooding with normal rain events, and I cannot imagine what would happen if substantial land disturbance and stormwater runoff are introduced. And I'm talking normal rain events where we have to change how we drive, how we get to where we need to go because the road is washed out. The Department of Fire and EMS expressed concerns about access for fire apparatus.
Okay, one more time.
I'm citing that's going to something with the fire.
That's the project, right?
Yes,
if we can stay within the citing, the language in the citing agreement, what they are proposing.
So can I speak to the lack of things that I think should be in there that weren't addressed, like how would they fight a fire if there's no water on site? Are they planning to store water? Are they going to use the well they speak of? I feel they haven't addressed many things, including timber waste disposal. Are they burning timber waste? What are they doing with it? If they're burning it, how much, how often, and where? These are things I don't feel were included and should be, so I'm hoping I can speak to that.
No, again.
So we can only speak to what they've added, even if we feel it's insufficient. I just want to make sure we all understand.
Right. So okay, so let me help
Make
you.
sure I'm not doing
In the citing agreement, CC Solar agrees to certain conditions to do certain things, mainly they're financial. Those are the things that we're discussing at this point for the public hearing. Regarding the project, we've already had discussion about the property and some of the conditions, but tonight's public hearing is only regarding the citing agreement, which mainly deals with the financial position that the two of us agree or disagree.
Okay, well then I myself also misunderstood. I think
That's
there's
okay.
a lot of things lacking with this project. I don't know what I could address specifically about the citing agreement. They're obviously waiving a lot of money to get what they want. I think that's clear to everyone. I don't think it addresses the things it needs to, but I guess I cannot expand more on that in my 7 minutes. So I respectfully ask that you deny it. As you'll see, your community remains largely uninformed about the project and what we can do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
My name is Ira North, Port Royal District. Strongly opposed to the citing agreement that just went up on the screen. It's as a veteran and a business owner and a contractor, I'm just very underwhelmed at their presentation. It's unprofessional and incomplete and unorganized every time they stand up here and talk. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Same with the citing agreement they just saw. So I think you need to ask them to go back to the drawing board if they're going to proceed and come up with a more professional presentation. I strongly oppose to the citing agreement, and that's what I have to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. North.
Mr. Pardon? Mr. Sadler? Is it possible to turn these down? I feel like I'm on stage or something. Yeah, I can't, it's hard to see into the public, into the crowd because it's so bright. Maybe my eyes are just getting bad.
What's wrong? Oh, I can't.
One's
Welcome to
literally,
our
I can't
world.
even look up.
We've been saying that for months.
Yes, sir.
Kenneth Schneider, Bowling Green District. The only thing I'd like to point out with the site agreement with many of these companies that are coming up here, legitimacy of the company, shell companies, not well established. I mean, Ira already pointed that out, just the professionalism and delivery of what they have to offer. I mean, they could say all day what they're coming in, going to do, and then when it comes time to pack up and restore everything to normal, I mean, it's just an empty promise at this point. No one's proven, no one's dismantled a solar farm, to date. From my impression, they burned down on their own. So, but that's all I have to offer to the board this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
My name is Roger Mercer, Reed Church District. I would like to see y'all approve it because it is the money for the county to turn around and report schools, building projects that we heard tonight, stuff like that. I think would be a really good thing to do. I'd like to see it get approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this solar siting agreement?
Good evening. My name is John Burke. My wife, Kathy, and I live in the Port Royal District. We are associated with family land that will be acquired by CC Solar for the project, which is before you tonight. In addition, my wife and I have our home and farmland and forest land that'll be next to the project.
Mr. Burke.
We will be neighbors, and I'm here to speak on
Mr.
behalf.
Burke.
Yes, sir.
One more time. If you're speaking about the siting agreement,
we can. Yes, I was.
We're okay.
Yes, sir.
But
I was
you
introducing.
keep saying the
myself.
project. We're discussing the solar siting agreement.
I hear you.
So that's where we have to stay within those parameters.
And I will get to that now. I was simply introducing myself. We're here tonight to speak in favor of the siting agreement between CC Solar and the county. The siting agreement is an important document for several reasons. First, it takes the many general protections of the county's well-drafted solar ordinance and weaves those into a project-specific written commitment between Caroline County and CC Solar. Second, it spells out numerous new revenue sources that will flow from CC Solar. The new solar revenue share is substantial. There is a substantial voluntary payment, which Rob discussed with you. And CC Solar in the siting agreement has specifically agreed to reimburse the county for all future costs to the county from any fire and rescue service attributable to, in any way, the project. You all did a great job of negotiating that siting agreement. Third, the siting agreement states CC Solar's commitment to be a good neighbor and to benefit the citizens of Caroline. In particular, the siting agreement specifically says that the county plans to apply payments under the siting agreement, and I quote, to critical infrastructure projects to improve the citizens' quality of life, including but not limited to. Yes, sir.
They put that in, that's in the siting agreement.
That is correct.
That's not what the county said. That's what they said.
Well, you are a party to the siting agreement. And
Which has not been passed yet.
I understand that, but I'm.
So you're saying that we're saying that, we're not saying that. What you're stating, we're not.
It's in the siting.
Right.
I'm quoting from the siting agreement, which if you accept it,
right,
you will be saying what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the payments will go to critical infrastructure projects to improve citizen quality of life, including but not limited to expanding educational opportunities, healthcare, teleworking, and economic development through significant development and investment in broadband deployment throughout the county. I'm saying that that's specifically from the siting agreement. And if you and CC Solar accept the siting agreement, it will benefit the county in many respects. And that's simply what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm simply saying it was a good deal. My wife and I like the rural character of Caroline. We live next to the project. That's what I was saying at the beginning. And the siting agreement will make sure that CC Solar is a good neighbor to us and to everyone else. It holds their feet to the fire to make sure that each and every part of the ordinance and each and every part of it brought into the siting agreement is a separate agreement between you and them. Now I'll conclude. Solar is good technology for Caroline. I think the siting agreement acknowledges that. Once installed, it's clean, passive technology. Caroline should not miss this opportunity to modernize itself. I'm not saying it's a farm. It's technology. It's just like a cell tower. And it's great for us to have that technology because it will invite other technology to come to the county. It will modernize the county, and it may well improve internet throughout the county. It's likely to bring a data center to the county. So this is not an opportunity you want to miss. And one final point, the project's footprint is remote. There's plenty of open space. Of the 1,600 acres, only 600 of it is facilities. The rest is open space. That is very consistent with the rural character of Caroline that my wife and I have enjoyed for 34 years. We've paid taxes here, we've voted here, we sent our 3 children to school here, and my wife taught in the school system and worked in the school system. We're committed to Caroline. We're not going anywhere. And we applaud the citing agreement because it takes the solar ordinance that you all.
Please close.
I will. It takes the solar ordinance that you worked so hard on for 2 years, 3 years, and it ties it to this individual company to make sure they live up to their commitments. So we're here to speak in favor of the citing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Mr. Chairman, other members of the board. My name is Michael Pratt. I'm from Port Royal District. My family has been in Caroline for over 200 years. We have a farm just outside of the town of Port Royal. I'm here to speak in support of signing agreement with CC Solar. Mr. Burke is obviously well informed on his property, the impact it would have to the property, and the benefit it would bring to the county. I'd like to reiterate all of those and just speak in support of the signing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. If you'd like to speak, would you please come down forward so we don't have to wait for you to walk down? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr.
Good
Chairman
evening.
and members of the board. My name is Skylar Zunk. I'm here on behalf of a nonprofit.
Scott, last name?
Skylar Zunk.
Skylar, yeah, Zunk, that's right.
Yes, sir. With Energy Right.
Yes.
Pleasure to be back with you this evening. I usually share comments in support of solar during the general public comment period. I want to be very specific tonight with the citing agreement and be as specific as I possibly can, and maybe also inform the public about what these citing agreements do as I do it. We talk a lot about the importance of individual property rights, landowners' right to use their property how they please as long as they're not affecting their neighbor in an adverse way. I wholeheartedly believe in that. Folks often ask, what do projects do, solar projects, utility scale solar projects do to help neighbors, to help the county, and to help lift everyone up in the area? The citing agreement is where this occurs in the form of dollars and cents to the county. $1.5 million upfront is a sizable sum for an energy generation facility of any size. About $500,000 per year, give or take, for the life of this project for 30 years until you all decide what to do with that land next. It's about $1,000 per acre per year from this solar project in just revenue. That's a whole lot more than a lot of other land uses in the area. I think you all probably have great ideas of where to spend this with upgraded schools, upgrades to our first responders, you name it. These are dollars for the county, and this is how solar projects can give back and be productive neighbors of the community. Urge you to pass the citing agreement and urge you to support the solar development in the county like you all have. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zook. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Hello again, my name is Kirk Harklow. I live in Woodford, the Port Royal District. I think an important point was stipulated earlier that this is an agreement between the county and CC Solar. And there is no requirement for follow-on for if this is sold, developed, or further, for that to be binding with further developments. Similar to the other projects like the Colonial Trail West project that was purchased by Dominion, whose renewable energy credits were bought by Facebook.
Okay, again, we're speaking about the citing agreement and the language.
The money.
No, you're talking about a project elsewhere.
As an
I want to speak to.
As an example of what was sold to.
Right.
So even though this is an agreement between these two parties, they have no requirement to own this in perpetuity.
They have nothing. That's, again, we're discussing the citing agreement and the conditions that are in this, in writing.
Right.
That they said, let's go. What's that?
Which is an annual income. If they sell that,
Yeah,
there's
they're
no
selling
longer
it.
that guarantee.
Someone else's, they have a right to sell if they want to, but that's not, we're not binding them from selling. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I was just saying, yeah, there's no guarantee. Parties can change. We don't require people to own things forever, right? So just keep that in mind. Sorry, I lost my place. The other part was
the presentation spoke of decommissioning earlier. That is also a concern. Our property is 150 yards from the boundary of this proposed area discussed. So that is a concern to us. Again, it would be wiser to put this in an industrial area that's more suited to this type of, solar's great, but there's a reason they chose that location, probably for the value in the cheaply acquired land. Thank you. Sorry, it was a bit off topic.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
I'll give it a shot. I hope I can stay within the parameters.
Okay.
Good evening again, Chairman Underwood
Good
and
evening.
Board of Supervisors. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. I have been reviewing the proposed CC Solar siting agreement, as well as the application packet, and I have several things I would like to point out to you. The first thing being that CC Solar only plans to give the county $1,500,000. Are you selling us out that cheaply? Urban Grids S-Power gave Spotsylvania County $25 million to distribute to the needs in their county. $1.5 million won't even buy us a new firehouse. And we will certainly need fire equipment for this facility, as solar installations are prone to catching fires. The fires are electrical in nature and cannot be doused with waters, so special training and materials will need it, as well as funding to the fire. There have been numerous fires this year alone at both the Sadler and Essex solar sites, prompting officials in Greensville to deny Urban Grid's Monarch proposal there. In fact, Urban Grid is not doing too well anywhere in Virginia, as they just pulled the literal plug on their Cape solar project near Luray after their planning commission members unanimously voted denial. I also do not see anything in the literature regarding how the timber waste, stumps, and roots will be discarded. Will it be hauled away, or will the surrounding neighborhood be subject to immense?
Ms. Hodge, you're just a little bit out of the scope.
Okay. May I speak about topsoil, or is that not?
Only the siting agreement.
Okay.
Siting.
Okay. I am curious, one thing I'm curious of is how many times this project will be sold and change hands until the decommissioning occurs, and who will be the ultimate end donor. And regarding that contract, it seems to me that the county will ultimately be responsible for the decommissioning costs. So I hope you put that $1.5 million in the bank now and start collecting on the interest on it. And I just hope you realize, Board, that by accepting this siting agreement, you are transcending the comprehensive plan, rendering it null and void. The siting agreement trumps our comprehensive plan. Do you really want to concede that much power to Urban Grid? Thank you very much for listening to my comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Finally, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, this public hearing is closed. How do we?
Well, I was just going to make a suggestion. I would move that because we've got so many questions on this, and I've got some questions.
Supervisor, just before you get to Q&A, there is a 5-minute rebuttal period.
Yes, that's what I'm going to now. I'm going to go back to the applicant and let them rebut. Right.
Roger Bowers for CC Solar, because the siting agreement's a legal agreement. I think you have to deal with the lawyer. I'm sorry. I wanted to speak to a number of things, specifically with the siting agreement. The siting agreement is an agreement that is binding on the company, and it does have assignment and assumption provisions if there is a change of control of that company. The project itself has decommissioning security, which is gone into in great length in that siting agreement.
to make sure that there are funds that are available. The citing agreement speaks to not just the voluntary payment, which I will get back to in a minute, but the increased real estate revenue and the revenue share that come from having a solar agreement. The citing agreement legislation was specifically put in place 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was in the session that was 2 years ago, to provide a vehicle to address a way that solar can provide resources to the communities in which it is a part of. And so the monies that are used to pay for this facility are not part of ratepayer plans. Dominion has a specific guaranteed return on Dominion projects. This is not a Dominion project. There is a Dominion component in that they own the transmission line, and they have us build the switch yard and hand it to them, and then they own it, but they pay revenue on that, and that's part of their transmission facilities. It's not part of the deal that Dominion worked out on its development of solar. This solar is developed by private interests and not through the Dominion process. Some of the other items that, I think that Rob spoke to the fact that the conditions of the special exception are specifically integrated into the citing agreement, and they are included as an exhibit and incorporated in piece. And so by providing the citing agreement, you are marrying this particular project to your ordinance and to the zoning exceptions. The citing agreement, another point, the citing agreement specifically says that this agreement does not override any zoning authority or zoning things, that those are separate and apart, just like the special exception is as to the land use approval, and the citing agreement speaks to the financial impacts and the security provided. With that, I would like to wrap up with just an overview of the citing agreement itself, and to make sure that it's clear. Citing agreement was put up for public review before the August meeting in July, and we did not have the opportunity to go forward on at that time, but there were some further county comments. And so there was time to hear what the board had to say. And Chris McKenzie and I worked and incorporated those comments and responded to them. And then the citing agreement, as revised, was put back up for public display, public comment. There was advertising as per the board's process and procedure, and it has been available for folks to review. And it is in its final form, unless we decide to negotiate further. We appreciate the time and the consideration, and the fact that you folks have allowed us the opportunity to bring forth this opportunity, and available to answer any other questions that may have arose from today, or if there are other questions that you all have that you want to get addressed, and you feel that those questions are detailed enough, or such that you would like to have additional time to go through them, I think Chris has made himself available to take your comments and to integrate the comments of the board as a whole, to meet with you. And we are happy to work with you to make sure that this agreement is understood and that is not something that there's any mystery about.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. What I'd like to do, Mr. Bowers, is take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, sir.
Come back and I'm sure the board has questions. So if you would indulge us for a 10-minute break.
Yes, sir.
And we'll come back and we'll continue. We're now in recess. We will reconvene the public hearing on the proposed solar siting agreement between CC Solar LLC and the County of Caroline. At this point, board members, I know we have questions for you, Mr. Bowers. So, Mr. Forehand, you want to start us off? Or you want me to go ahead and come back to you?
Actually, I didn't have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Black?
Yeah, I'm all set as well.
You're satisfied? Okay. Mr. Sealy?
Everybody may as well sit back because I've got a bunch. And we're going to be here a while. And Mr. Bowers, I have read the legislation, just so you know, and I've got the bill that was also signed by the General Assembly. And we're going to talk a little bit about what's in there because I'm also on the House 206 committee, and it had many discussions.
Just the citing agreement.
Just the citing agreement. I'm well aware of that. And first of all, let me say that your paragraphs 3.4.6 and 3.4.7 dictating how the county will spend the money, I really didn't believe should have been in there. I don't think the applicant should be telling the county how the funds will be spent. And I had that discussion with the attorney and they said it was boilerplate kinds of things. So I left it alone, but I have a lot of hours in reading this and I've been through it line by line, word by word, just so we're all clear. It's not that I didn't read this. So I don't believe those paragraphs should even be in here.
We did delete the one paragraph that you mentioned before, 3.4.5 and 3.4.5. The second paragraph that was there speaks just to what the voluntary payment, what I believe the statute says.
I'm just saying that I didn't believe because we started hearing how the county's going, what we're going to pay for and what it can pay for. And when you start down the path of educational opportunities, healthcare, teleworking, economic development, I mean, we're not talking about $25 million like Spotsylvania got. It's 1.5. And as somebody pointed out, that won't even pay for the ladder truck we're buying. Okay. So let's just be clear that I didn't think this should be here because I didn't think that an organization proposing something to us should be telling the county how to spend the money.
We are not trying to tell you how to spend the money. The language actually says, you know, it mirrors the language of the statute, critical infrastructure properties, and then it's including but not limited to. So there are items that you may be able to spend the money on. And then there it goes to the second sentence, sir. Notwithstanding the purpose, the voluntary may be used for any purpose permitted by law. And it goes including but not limited to, but it states outstanding, it's any purpose permitted by law.
So we would break the law spending, you had to tell us not to break the law, I guess.
No, we are not saying.
But let me just say, people read this and that's how they saw this. I'm just telling you how this gets interpreted and what we have to hear. Because I've talked to a number of folks.
Other than the statute under which the citing agreement is authorized on how the county may use funds.
That's fine. Let me go through, because I'm going to start through the decommissioning, because there isn't another situation in the counties in Virginia where we are, and it's not a shall statement, it's a may. But we are the ones holding the bond and are responsible for paying for the decommissioning of this site. The money is held by the county. It's the only thing we hold money for. Yeah, I heard about roads. They're temporary, but we are the bond holder, and we have to talk about how this, or pay for whoever does this in decommissioning. And this goes on for 3 pages.
I don't believe that's true, sir.
Well, I'm looking at the 3 pages.
The security is available.
Let him respond.
If the landowner, the project owner, does not decommission the project. And the county does want surety or guarantee put up in forms that can be there. The county has the opportunity, if it is not happy with the way that we are decommissioning, or if we fail to do so, then it can pull down the bond. But the bond is set up for the benefit of the county, that they're not required to hold the money. It has to be in a form acceptable. They're an obligee, It means they can pull down the funds, but we have to go to a private company and get a private bond or, provide alternative means. And it goes into detail whether that's a corporate guarantee or whether that is an irrevocable letter of credit or the cash bond, all in format and substance acceptable to the county. So we can't dictate that format. We can suggest a format, but the county has the complete discretion to say that format's acceptable to us or it's not. Use a different format.
But the bottom line is we have to be the arbiters of that. We, the county. And if you sell this to somebody that doesn't want to decommission or doesn't decommission, we, the county, will be forced to go in and do that. No. And I think there's no other way to, wait a minute. You keep saying no, but the bottom line is the county is given the bond, and you're not going to decommission it without touching the bond, are you?
We would have to, yes. We absolutely will. That is part of the obligation. There's been a lot of misinformation stated about the finances and the economics and the realities of operation and decommissioning solar facilities. May I finish?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to respond to your points.
Go ahead.
But this is an asset that is out there in the ground. We're going to spend millions of dollars in buying the panels, putting the wire in, and getting the project set up. At the end of the day, every decommissioning estimate that I've seen, prepared by professional engineers based on solid facts in detailed report, like complete appraisals where it says the comps and what you're doing, it looks at salvage values, it looks at cost to remove. These are assets. Somebody is going to come to us and say, we will contract with Cox Construction or what have you. And they will come to this and say, we will pay you X dollars to be able to have the right to come in and take up your facility. But
that California is clearly stating now in recent articles, 1 in 10 panels gets recycled, and they're storing them in storage facilities because nobody wants them. And that's the California law. That's the California legislature and the California news media telling folks that. So I hear what you're saying, but there's one company in New Mexico currently today, in all the literature I've looked at, that actually recycles these panels. One company.
First Energy also recycles and has just built a plant to recycle panels.
So, Mr. Seeley, if I'm hearing you correctly, your next concern is after the voluntary payment is the decommissioning.
And the decommissioning statement says.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
And your concern about the decommissioning is cost or who can do the decommissioning, or both?
It's threefold. It's cost, it's who's going to do it, and where's this going to go? Because California says they don't have the landfill facilities to take. They're putting up 140,000 panels a day. Right, and they are now to the decommissioning portion of this on some of these with no place for them to go. Some contractors are collecting them and warehousing them because they don't have any place to send them.
Hold on, Mr. Bowers, can you address the decommissioning issue as well as where or the long-term goal once they are decommissioned? I mean, this is years down the road because I'm sure you haven't decommissioned any at this point in juncture. Do you know of any companies that have decommissioned panels? And if so, the type of panel and what have they done with those panels and what companies are out there? I think that's our concern, that we don't get stuck with something that we can't move in any direction. I'm going
to let Rob speak to that decommissioning and where panels go because he's in the substance.
Okay, that's fine.
And then I'll come back and address the other points.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
But
Bowers.
to start with the first point, decommissioning is absolutely the responsibility of the landowner, of the project owner. And that is whether or not this project is owned by this entity or a successor entity. The citing agreement and your conditions in your special exception are real clear that, that anybody who operates that facility must assume the responsibility to do so, including all of the conditions, and let the county know they assume the conditions and the siting agreement, and replace any security. If the security is not maintained, if they are putting replacement security, it must be the same exact security, must be acceptable to the county.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prost.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the question you had about end of life and decommissioning.
Yes.
So I think it's certainly fair to say we recognize that in today's environment, where there's not a lot of solar facilities coming offline quite yet in this country, the recycling industry, I would call it burgeoning. Although I thought I had shared this information with the board back in May, but if I didn't, forgive me. But I just did a real quick search when I pulled this information out a few months ago on recycling facilities in the United States. And literally within 5 minutes, I found 20 different companies that do recycling across the country. So while it is burgeoning, it's not as robust as it certainly will be in the next, I would say, 10, 15, 20 years when more of these projects come offline. The other thing I'll note is that, the cost of recycling, again, like any burgeoning industry, is, somewhat on the higher side right now. But again, with more volume, the research into how to, be able to dismantle these panels and improve those recycling processes, that process, the cost of that will come down. So at the end of the useful life, our preference would be, one, reuse, if there's any reuse opportunities of these panels, because they only degrade at 0.5% per year. So there will be some life left to them. And that market, quite frankly, will be probably very limited. Although I should say, just the other day, I was talking to a school in Caroline County that said, what will you do with the panels in useful life? We might be interested in doing something with them from an educational perspective. Again, small volume, I recognize that. Reuse, recycle would be the second alternative. We're talking about a lot of steel, the steel posts that are in the ground, that's easily recycled. The wiring, easily recycled. The panels are really just metal and glass. It's not that those materials aren't recyclable. It's just how do you do that in a cost-effective way? So recycling would be something that we would put a preference around. And then finally, if we have to, disposal as a last resort. The EPA already has a process for outlining what you need to do to evaluate the waste stream for solar panels, and it could go into a sanitary landfill as long as it doesn't exceed any kind of.
You're talking about enormous numbers. How many panels would be on your facility?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. That was a number I know I was asked by Mr. Thomas at the last meeting. I don't recall that number. It's a lot of panels. Yes, sir. For sure.
I mean, you're going to approach 500 million panels in the county. With all the other facilities, 500 million panels.
Yeah, about 140,000.
Closer to 200,000.
200,000.
Just one.
Just for that project.
Yeah.
Okay, 200,000.
Yeah.
I mean, 200. It's a huge number, but I'm going to move on because paragraphs under paragraph.
I'll let Roger
3.4.3.
Answer your question, Mr. Chairman. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes, you did. Thank you. Mr. Seeley, good.
You go from under 4.3, cost of decommission, you go to 4.3.1, 4.3.2, 4.3.3, 4.3.4, and then you go to 4.3.4.1, okay? You get all the way to there before we even talk about the performance and the guarantees, and that under this, and I've got to find where I've underlined it. Before you ever get to the landowners responsible.
I disagree, sir.
It doesn't say landowner anywhere.
4.3.
It doesn't.
4.3.1, where you started. If decommissioning activities are not completed with the allotted time following the date the project comes offline, or the decommissioning activities fail to return the condition of the property to the required by the approved decommissioning plan, which failure constitute a default. So all of this protects.
It doesn't say anything about the landowner until you get 3 pages later, because I've got this electronically. I looked for it. It doesn't talk about the landowner. And there was as we talk about this, the landowner is actually responsible for decommissioning, but it doesn't start with that. And I'm just curious why it doesn't.
Because the special exception starts with that. And the 12 conditions on stormwater and.
But wait a minute, we're looking at the citing agreement, which you said drives everything, and it doesn't even start this section with landowner.
That's not what I said. In fact, the special exception and the zoning stands in one silo, and the citing agreement is the monetary issue is another silo. If you didn't have the citing agreement at all, you would still have all of these requirements about the applicant being responsible for decommissioning and the need to put up a surety. Those are in your special exception ordinance, and they're in the conditions. This is belt and suspenders that goes into great detail about the security because that's what you folks asked for, but it doesn't repeat what is in the conditions and what is in the ordinance that the applicant and I don't have it underlined, but there was a specific provision added by, and maybe Chris can help me while I'm speaking to you. There's a specific provision in here that said this, here we have a joinder because the landowner is going to be the same as the project owner. But there's a provision in here that it's joint and several. If the project is because of our financing, we need the project set in one entity separate from the landholding entity. It's joint and several, and that's in here. And I don't have it underlined, but it was a provision that was added in our last go round in August based upon your comments that it's joint and several to both the landowner and the project operator.
But I'm going to tell you, as you delve into this 4.3. I just lost my place. 4.3.4.2, an irrevocable letter of credit shall mean an instrument provided by the lending institution satisfactory to the county, guaranteeing payment to the county. Everything points to the county in this. Anything, if the landowner doesn't do it, the county, and it says this over and over again.
The county has the opportunity to step in if the landowner doesn't do it. The county is not required to.
No, it does say may. I'll give you it's not a requirement.
And in fact, if the county decided that it did not want to spend $1 on this, it has the zoning authority to force us to clean up the facility separate and apart from the citing agreement, separate apart from the special exception conditions. It has the authority to require the landowner to do that and can take a lien back against the land. It can take the proceeds from the decommissioning, all those things. I mean, the county, in negotiations, we understood the county wanted the right to step in and take over things. And so there are conditions where you can do that if we fail to do it. That does not mean you're required to do it.
But let me just say this, because I'm gonna go to a point that a citizen made about an LLC. It's an empty shell. So if you walk away,
it is not an empty shell. That is an incorrect statement.
What are they going to? They're going to own the land
and millions of dollars of facility and the contract.
They're going to own
the contract to sell the power, which
only if it's still in force. Only if it's still in force, correct?
Only
if it's still in force, correct?
Sir,
if it's not in, if there's no longer power,
it's a positive asset. The facility is a positive asset. The power purchase agreement is a positive asset. Yes, if the power purchase agreement goes away, then we could go out on the market and find another party to purchase the power. That's why we're connected to the grid.
But all that aside, that's all that's in the LLC. So if the power generation is no longer required, nobody wants it. They've moved on to something else. They're done. The land and all of this stuff is what you own.
Yes.
And that's what's going to cost money to get rid of. So do you get rid of it or do you say, okay, county,
It's
it's
not going to
yours?
cost money to get rid of. And if it does cost money to get rid of, you've got a separate and independent financial surety which stands behind that obligation.
You're referring to your bond is what you're referring to. There, right? Is that correct?
Either a cash bond, a letter of credit, a surety bond.
Right. But I'm saying that's what you're referring to.
Guaranteed.
If all this fails, then you go to plan B, C, and D, basically.
Well, we're not going to put up four different forms of security.
Right.
We're going to put up one form of security which is acceptable to the county.
Correct.
So that they know if that entity doesn't fulfill its duty.
Correct.
That there is this bucket of money that they can draw upon to get that done.
Correct.
But what I'm telling you is that it's never going to get to that.
Right.
Well, let me ask you.
Because people are constantly discounting the investment that's being made in this facility and the asset that is there in the ground.
So Mr. Bowers, let me ask you a question. We've heard about different mishaps at these facilities, fires and those types of things where materials have to be replaced, correct?
Yes.
Now that comes back and falls upon
the owner and operator.
And
in fact, I'm not sure. I think we're past the citing agreement.
No, we're not.
No.
But I'm happy to address the point because clearly Mr. Seeley wants me to. The operator is responsible for repairs to the facility. And as Rob said, it's also responsible for reimbursing any costs the county incurs due to such casualty events.
Let's talk about you keep harping on the recyclable. Do you know what we get? Do you know how much we spend to have recyclables collected?
Mixed cans, glass.
Right. And do you know what happens to it today?
And paper. And yes,
it's all landfilled, correct? Nobody buys it anymore.
I don't believe that's the case.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Joey Schiebel's here somewhere. We're sending this stuff to a landfill because nobody wants it. Okay, we're landfilling people are incensed that they're separating this and we're landfilling it. So when you say recyclables to me, my first take, because I was all for recycling until I found out, we've got separate bins, everybody brings it and it goes in another truck to the landfill.
Retail recycling is a real issue. But I know in Hanover, they go through a sorting, they have the prisoners do it. It's called the greasy lunch. They feed them a free lunch. They come and sort it. And we're not talking about roll-off containers of mixed cans or paper. We're talking about steel beams. We're talking about copper wire, gravel for the roads, which is easily scooped up, and the panels, which we're debating whether there's any value on the panels.
Is my biggest concern because I think they're worthless.
I will speak to this. One, I don't ever, and this is just personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of CC Solar or anybody else. I've got a daughter who's living in California right now. I don't think Virginia should in any way emulate California. And the fact that we're tied at the hip to a specific legislation to California is dumb. We're Virginia, and we should stay that way. So I can't speak to what California does, but just it occurs to me that if someone is taking panels and warehousing them, they're paying for that warehouse space because they believe there's a value there that will eventually be realized when this nascent industry that Rob is telling about gets mature, and they will be able to realize on that.
Or they get the site space that they need in some facility so they can actually take them to a landfill, which is what they're looking for.
And they may eventually take them to landfills, but they are being taken care of because those companies, I would assume, I don't know their agreement, but I know if that was the case for our facility 35 years from now, we would be responsible for those panels, and we might warehouse them until we could find the market to properly take care of them.
And that's up to you how you do that.
Exactly.
So let me ask you this.
It's not for us to
segment not too long ago from the Duke CEO, Duke Energy in South Carolina. And they're divesting themselves of their wind and solar facilities because it's only 5% of their business. They're one of the largest energy producers this side of the Mississippi River, and they're looking to get out. And here we are looking to get in. And somehow that doesn't make sense to me when a a power generation company of that size
Mr. Sealy.
is going to, well, wait, this goes to the siting agreement.
Yeah, I was gonna say, gotta come back to
I'm
the
going to
siting
come to the
agreement.
siting agreement. Here we are spending you're promising all this money and saying that decommissioning's 40 years away. And here's a facility, here's a company, a large company divesting themselves of solar and wind, and they've probably got agreements as well. So how do we, I'm looking at all this information and I'm being pummeled by people, okay? Looking at this.
There's a wealth of information out there about how renewable energy is growing. Companies are investing in it. I can't speak to Duke Energy and their decision. Maybe 5% they decided they didn't have enough market share to invest in it. That's a corporate decision. But solar across the U.S., Rob, speak to the business.
Yeah. I just want to try to put this to rest. So,
It's funny, we're always putting facts to rest. I always find that interesting.
The fact is, if you look at the U.S. Energy Information Administration, which does forecasts quarterly, annually, and over decades for the energy industry, that's their business. This is what they do. They look at trends, they look at the markets, and they forecast what's going to happen. In 2020, natural gas is about 37% of the electricity generation in the U.S. That's going to go to about 34%. Renewables grows from 21% to 44%. And when I say renewables, it's not just solar, it's wind, it's hydro, et cetera. Nuclear, 19% now, 12% in 2050. And then finally coal, about 23% now, 10% in 2050.
It's interesting because Duke Energy was talking about mini nuclear is where they're going to get rid of their solar. So I can't believe that.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We are far off topic now of talking about what's going to happen in 2050.
Yeah. My point being, Chairman, is that it's projected to be a growth industry in renewables.
The issue is, again, I want to
stay on the site.
Stay within the parameters of the siting agreement.
Well,
if we're going to talk about decommissioning,
yes, sir.
Let's speak to the issues that you have here regarding default is what we're talking about.
Right.
The default of
that's how I got there is default.
So let's stay there. Let's not get to a U.S. issue. Let's stay right here in Caroline County with this siting agreement.
Yeah.
If we can stay within those parameters, within these pages.
Yes, sir.
That you've given us, that we've had the opportunity to look at and speak to the topics that are here that would move us along. Because I can't do hypotheticals.
I'm not even doing hypo. I'm just talking about what is, and it's always funny how facts don't matter.
It matters, but it's got to be within this agreement. I can discuss anything within this agreement. Let me go to Mrs. Long.
Yes, I was just, obviously, Mr. Sealy has questions. I'm sure there are other board members that have questions. We've had citizens say that they haven't had a chance to go through the whole thing online. Wonder if we've still got, 6 more topics to go through here, and it's getting late and people have to work. If we defer this, Mr. Sealy have plenty of time to get together. I'll have time to get together. Anybody else would have time to get together, and we move this on to our next meeting so we can get through here so people can get home.
Ms. Long, with all due respect, we kicked this can down the road and we've heard and we've talked and we've talked. And we need to take care of the business at hand. And right now, that's this siting agreement. If we stick to the topic, we can get through this without going, again, too far to the left, too far to the right. What does the siting agreement say regarding revenue sharing? What does the siting agreement say regarding decommissioning? What does the siting agreement say if X, Y, and Z happens? Not who can spend it, what you can spend it for, even though they may say that. The real issue is are we in agreement or disagreement with what this piece of paper says, and we can get this done? But if we keep going and widening the parameter, we're never going to get it done. Not today, not next week. We're always going to have something. But if we stay within what's written and we disagree with what's written, then we have something.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go to my financial questions. I'll leave decommissioning because in the bill, there is a rate adjustment clause that the General Assembly passed and the governor signed into law. So that rate adjustment clause, and I've got to tell you, I really feel this board has sided with Mr. Black many, many times on the Aqua Virginia issue, because what we're doing is there's a guaranteed rate of investment payment in the General Assembly bill. You're guaranteed whoever's doing this is guaranteed a rate of return. You can shake your head. I've read it. I can show you the lines in the bill.
Jeff.
But wait a minute. But every time we do this,
Mr. Sealy,
every time they raise a rate, we're going to have to look at the people that we have in the county and say, we're sorry we're raising your electric bill.
Mr. Sealy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Let's not be argumentative. Let's just go and ask the question. And
there are those two terms appear in the law that the General Assembly passed and the governor signed. There's a guarantee related to all the power generation for wind and solar
for regulated entities who are passing costs to the ratepayer. This facility is a private facility that is not a regulated facility. We are not selling to the regulated provider, and any costs, plus or minus, that are for this facility are not passed back to Caroline residents or any other residents of the state of Virginia in increased rates.
So how they talk about in particular, and we had a business guy here who read the bill and talked about 300 basis points, 3% over your cost to build it, that gets billed to the rate that goes to the PBA and then back to us.
Yep.
So the ratepayers end up paying that bill.
That is for facilities developed that become part of the pool that the regulated utilities use to pass power back. We are selling power from this facility to the grid, not to a regulated provider.
Right. Okay.
We are not guaranteed a rate of return.
Okay.
I'll bet if I ask the people out here, nobody out there will believe that, because electric bills are already going up.
And electric bills are separate and independent, whether they go up or down. And that might be due to Dominion's.
Gentlemen, this has absolutely nothing to do with what's written in this citing agreement.
I apologize, sir. My bad.
Both of you gentlemen are off topic, and I wish we pull ourselves in and speak to you. I understand you're a private entity. You can charge what you want. You're not regulated. Well, I mean, I'm saying you're not regulated by the legislature.
By selling to rate.
That's correct. So
that was sell it for whatever your rate, whatever your ROI is.
Mr. Sealy, please. That was his concern.
Yeah.
You've answered that.
Yeah, it's not a concern.
Right. So can we move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Sealy.
So you're saying there's no guaranteed rate adjustment clause or ROI in anything you guys are touching or selling?
I do not believe so. We've got our chief strategy officer for developing these things. Well, he's got to run the numbers and how we pay for it, and it does not come from any ratepayer.
It's funny that I had a guy who's really well versed, read the legislation, called me and said, "Have you read this?"
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, it's in the law that's signed, so you can pass it on.
And should I respond to that?
Yes, please. I know what you're going to say. That's for those who are regulated, and
Well, the legislation, it was specifically worked out as a compromise to encourage Dominion to get it to develop solar, and it gives Dominion a set of return. And Dominion can, there's also there has been a recognition through the power company by the SEC that 8 years that Dominion can't develop solar as efficiently and cost effectively as private entities can, and so. That's why private entities were allowed to come into the RFP process and develop solar 3, 4, 5 years ago. And then in the legislation that passed, there is a guaranteed return that goes to Dominion. And in fact, Dominion is required that they can only develop themselves 2/3 of the projects that go into that ratepayer model. 1/3 must be private projects. So private projects that are sold to Dominion do realize that rate of return for Dominion,
right,
power or facility, but not our project. We are not on contract to sell this power to Dominion. We will sell it directly to PJM, the transmission cooperative, who will sell it out to the grid.
And that's your prerogative.
Yeah, yeah.
And
At the best rate we can get on the market.
I would too. That's your prerogative. Okay. No, it's not the same. Any other board members have any questions? I'll come back to you, Mr. Sealer. Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Chairman, it was my understanding that all of the board members had an opportunity to make whatever input they needed into the citing agreement previously.
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I read the entire document. I sat with our attorney. These are my questions. They can't get answered.
I believe
through, and that's fine. If those are the answers, those are the answers. I'll leave you with those are the answers.
We after the August meeting, in fact, after the June meeting, we asked for questions to be given to us, so that we could address them specifically. We didn't get anything before the August meeting. And then after the August meeting, there was Chris had to go and pull comments from individual supervisors and cull them together in order to put together a response with the document that he did. So I thank Mr. Thornton for his comment.
Thomas.
But Mr. Thomas, thinking of.
That's okay.
My apologies, Mr. Thomas.
But you're absolutely right, Mr. Bowers. We have had.
But if there are still questions, could you put them in writing and we will get to them and not go through this back and forth so we can give you a complete response?
I have sent, these are the questions for the applicant. All of the questions that I had on the citing agreement, you received.
I did not. We did not receive anything.
Mr. McKenzie took care of all of my comments and went to you with comments.
He did revise the document based on supervisor comments, and then we did negotiate the agreement.
So you did get, so there were comments. There were comments by supervisors because he told you there were.
Identified which supervisor.
Oh, no, there didn't need to be.
No, we didn't do that. Right.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any more questions, gentlemen? How do we want to proceed here? Everybody speak at one time. Ms. Long.
Well, my original thing was to defer so that people could continue to ask questions and not move this long, but seeing as there, and I could put that out there to see if there is a second to that. And if not, then I will make a replacement motion.
All right, Mrs. Long, so your motion is to defer, is that correct?
So everyone, including citizens, would have a time to read this and answer any questions.
There's a motion by Mrs. Long to defer. Is there a second?
Can I ask a question?
I'll discussion after we get a second. Go ahead and ask the question.
Well, just out of curiosity, Mrs. Long, what would be the benefit? I mean, we've deferred this since January. I know the citing agreement just came out, but this has been in a process for a very long time.
I understand that, and I know, but it did just come out, and as a couple of people made comments, they had not had time in the 6 days or so it had been online to read it, and I just wanted to give citizens time to do that. That was my.
That was just what packet came out. Gotcha.
So that was my reasoning behind that.
Well, there is a motion on the floor to defer. Is there a second? No.
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Black. All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Nay.
All those opposed? Nay.
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 All right. So we have a division in the House. Mr. Forehand.
Nay.
Nay. Mr. Black.
Reluctantly, aye.
Your aye?
Yep.
Mr. Seeley?
Nay.
Mrs. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Nay.
Mr. Underwood votes nay. Motion is denied 4-2. We will not defer. I'll take another motion.
I'll make a motion to deny the citing agreement presented.
There's a motion by Mr. Seeley that we deny the proposed citing agreement for solar siting agreement between CC Solar LLC and the County of Caroline. Is there a second?
You gotta make a decision.
All right, there's a motion and a second by Mr. Forehand that we.
I said I'm not gonna second.
You're not going to second?
No. Yes, he's talking to Mr. Seeley.
Oh, all right. Then there's a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Motion dies for lack of a second, Madam Chair.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to
dies.
approve the citing agreement and with the understanding, I think we all need to understand, the citing agreement then becomes part of the special exception. Approving the site agreement does not necessarily mean we automatically approve the special exception.
Correct.
Apparently, one more time, all of the supervisors had an opportunity to put their questions in to the applicant via the county attorney. Having done that, I don't have any more questions about the citing agreement. This may be the best citing agreement we get for whatever reason. But if we approve it, we move on to then having that as part of the special exception.
All right, so
that is my motion.
There's a motion by Mr. Thomas to approve the citing agreement between CC Solar LLC and the County of Caroline. Is there a second?
Second.
That's second by Mrs. Long. Any discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those who vote nay, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Division in the House. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Forehand votes aye. Mr. Black, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Mr. Black votes aye. Mr. Seeley, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Mr. Seeley votes nay. Mrs. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Long votes aye. Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
Vote aye.
Mr. Thomas votes aye, and I vote nay. Motion carries 4-2. All right, we'll move on. Next public hearing. An ordinance to allow payment of bonuses to county employees pursuant to Virginia Code 15, Section 15.2-1508 as amended.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at the request of Chairman Underwood, the board discussed the possibility of providing a one-time bonus to employees at its August 8th meeting. And as you will recall from that discussion, the Code of Virginia requires a public hearing and the adoption of an ordinance prior to any consideration of a bonus. And that is the purpose of the ordinance that is the subject of the public hearing tonight, simply to create a framework for the board to consider providing bonuses. I want to be clear that adoption of the ordinance does not in any way commit the board to approving a bonus either tonight or at any future meeting. Adoption of the ordinance and approval of the actual bonus are two separate and distinct actions. However, as I said, the board cannot approve a bonus at any time unless and until an ordinance has been adopted. And once it's been adopted, the framework is in place to provide any and all bonuses. In other words, you only have to do this once. In the board package, staff identified three options purely for informational purposes and the associated costs with those options. Again, that is only for the board, should you wish to consider providing a bonus at some point. Again, I will say that simply adopting the ordinance doesn't commit you to providing that bonus at this time.
Right, so Mr. Parton, really what we, regardless of the options right now, we just want to focus on the ordinance
itself
and
correct.
move forward from there.
Correct.
Right, correct.
So those options are available to us after the ordinance is passed. We
That's
can
correct.
go to those, okay.
Only, that's the only time they can't be available to us before.
Right.
So we have to have the ordinance first.
That's
And then we can come back and have a discussion. So do we agree that we need this ordinance, in case we do want to do?
Public hearing.
Take it to public hearing, right?
Actually,
Yes, Mr. Forehand.
wouldn't this be a good opportunity to insert the language when someone saves the county, has an idea, process, whatever it may be? Wouldn't this be the opportunity to add that language as well? We've talked about that separately.
We already
I
have that
would
place.
caution mixing that in with the ordinance itself. I mean, to me, that's a separate program, and I think that would dilute the intent of the ordinance.
Okay. I wanted us to capture that because we've had some opportunities in the past that we missed because we didn't have the ability to do that were very, very worthwhile. But okay, as long as we're addressing it one way or another, it just seemed like it fit. But okay.
So is it the pleasure of the board to take this to public hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a public hearing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're right.
Late.
This is a public hearing. I forgot. I'm sorry. The public hearing for an ordinance to allow payment of bonuses to county employees pursuant to Virginia Code Section 15.2-1508 as amended is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, public comment is closed. Board, how do you wish to proceed now?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we adopt the ordinance to allow payment of bonuses to county employees.
Second.
So there's a motion and a proper second that we adopt this ordinance. All in favor, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 6, special exception 04-2021, Burke Development CC Solar. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, with the board, you will recall that the board previously held a public hearing on this matter at your January 25th meeting. Action on this special exception permit has been deferred several times. The most recent deferral was to tonight's meeting. The packet basically remains the same as previously presented to the board. The one notation I would make in the conditions would be a recommendation to eliminate condition 33, as we have addressed that with the same condition elsewhere in the ordinance. So it's basically a duplicate condition. I believe Mr. McKenzie also has a suggested condition based upon your action related to the citing agreement.
One additional condition you could consider adding is that including execution of the citing agreement that was previously approved as a condition to the special exception. It's a belt and suspenders approach, but it's certainly something you could add.
So that's where we married the.
Well, they're already interrelated. They're already cross-faulted, but you could say as a condition to this approval, we need to have the citing agreement executed by both parties and have the memorandum recorded as required by the citing agreement, and that could be recorded contemporaneously with the special exception conditions themselves. Now, of course, that's all contingent upon your vote. And as Mr. Thomas pointed out, you retain the discretion to approve or deny this special exception, irregardless of what you did with the citing agreement.
Okay. In the board comment, Mr. Thomas?
Can Mr. Fincham clarify to make sure 33 is soil compaction? That's the one you're taking out?
Yes, sir.
You said
We
remove
already
conditions.
have that elsewhere in the conditions.
Okay. Can I ask a couple more just to clarify a few things?
Not yet.
During
Not a motion yet.
during the public comment, and not the public hearing, but tonight's public comment, there was a lot of discussion about clearing trees and knocking down trees and things and greenery for solar facilities. This particular facility or location is open field now?
Most of it's cut over timber. So there are some areas that are open. We have in the ordinance and in the conditions buffer requirements related to address visibility concerns. We have both a setback requirement, and within that setback, there's a requirement for a specific buffer area that is either existing vegetation, planted vegetation, or a combination of the two if necessary.
Okay, and the one thing that this board and really has little control over, I think Mr. Burke said he was the owner of the property, and he's going to be the surrounding property owner of this facility, which will then be owned by CC Solar. But didn't Mr. Burke clear cut those trees before this project started?
Yes, it's my understanding that the proposed location of the panels is in the area that was timbered prior to this application.
So what we're saying, what the reality is that this particular application did not cause that timbering, but the actual owner of the property had decided to timber before this application came through, which makes it a distinct difference, because I'd probably, look at it a different way if the applicant came and then they clear cut, but the process is, it was already clear cut, right? That's what you're saying.
I can't speak to the timing of the clear cutting. I think the owner would have to speak to that, but it's my understanding that it was timbered prior to the application. Don't know what agreements existed beforehand.
Including the buffer trees? Including the buffer was timbered?
No, there may be one or two areas where there was some timbering in the buffer, but it did not clear the buffer.
Okay, you could, if you'd like to comment.
At the risk of speaking for Mr. Burke, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that he has fairly large holding of timberlands that are in a managed program of taking over time.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the land that we found for the project was already mature timber and was in that program, and either had already been taken or was planned to be taken over the last few years. And in fact, we negotiated and paid him to retain timber in buffer areas that he would have made money on timbering and would have cut right up to the 5-foot silviculture limit. And we asked him to retain trees back to that buffer limit.
So it's your understanding too, what I just said to Mr. Fincham was the actual timeline. He had already timbered. He's got land that he timbers on a regular basis. And after that timbering, you approached him and said, oh, by the way, we'd like to put a solar location here.
It's a mixture of both. I'd have to, speak directly to him about what was already timbered. There was significant, acreage, hundreds of acres already been timbered, but there's been some timbering in the last year or two in his managed program of timber.
Yeah, we've got quite a few locations like that throughout the county. One near the high school, which we see every 20 years, is gone and pops up. Now, before you go, I just wanted to ask a question for Ms. Belmonte. Even though I know the answer, she was late, it came up at the end. This is not an industrial area.
No.
Did you at any point in time ever look at industrial areas throughout the county?
No. I will tell you why. Industrial land is specifically zoned in service areas that have, for the most part, county services. We worked with the county to develop an overlay district, which looked at those areas within the swath that were next to transmission lines. And that goes across all districts. And we feel very strongly that solar is compatible in the rural environment, even though some people have opinions otherwise.
Well, we're still debating that, but that's okay. Go ahead.
And we are within that solar overlay district.
Okay.
And we are specifically within that district.
And
we do not claim to be an industrial operation. We are a facility.
Right.
We are not a farm. We do generate electricity, but we also we don't take topsoil. In fact, we want all the topsoil there to grow the grass and keep the storm water and everything.
All right. The point that I need to make is for the county, and in particular for the rest of the board, the Flint project that is industrial, that's 1 million square feet, will generate close to $1 million in revenue for the county a year. Your project will not generate that much money for the county a year.
As we heard, it will generate approximately $500,000 in taxes, and then the revenue share, and then there is the one-time voluntary payment. We offered.
So 500 and 200 is not $1 million, right?
But we're only.
Say yes, you won. Say yes, you won.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We're not impacting 1 million acres.
So it would be in the county's best interest to use industrial land for industrial buildings. So that's part of why you're not there. Okay?
Well said, sir.
The last thing is, in the early 2000s, I served on the VACO Utility and Telecommunications Steering Committee. Part of that was, although I wanted to talk about broadband then, they always wanted to talk about utilities and energy deregulation, which is why you are now creating energy and selling it to whoever you want.
Correct.
Because it's been deregulated. You could care less who you sell it to. You just send it up to the grid and whoever has the most need gets it, right?
Well, for the most part, yes, but not nearly that unregulated. It's not regulated like Virginia Utilities, but we are regulated by PJM, the electric cooperative that regulates all of the transmission lines, regardless of who they're owned by. And they do have a marketplace for selling energy, and we are a part of that marketplace. And they do wheel energy to other locations, but it is energy in the grid. And like a mill pond, energy comes in many different places and gets taken off at different places. But it's not the same electrons here. The electrons here go into the grid that powers everyone here close by, but a comparable amount of electrons get pulled out somewhere else.
Actually, the reality is your electrons push other electrons.
This is true.
Your electrons don't go past those other ones.
Correct.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Forehand? Mr. Black?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Sealy?
Yes, sir. One of the provisions in House Bill 206 that we're busily working on is because of the huge concern of the deforesting of large tracts of land and the institutionalization of farmland with solar panels. And there's a lot of concern in the timber industry in terms of what this is going to mean to them in a 30 and 40-year cycle that hasn't been addressed. Even though those trees were harvested, they were in a cycle. And I think we're rushing to large solar facilities without all the work that's being done. We're doing a ton of work that doesn't take effect until 2024, and everybody's rushing to get in before that happens so they're not held to those. And that's my biggest concern, is that what's being studied, what's being talked about And what we're actually proposing will be on the cutting room floor in 2024, because all these companies have rushed out to get this done so they wouldn't be tied to the new regulations coming. And I really think that that's going to hurt everybody in just general terms. You can't set a body off to say you're going to set up regulations and let everybody go do something else while that happens. And that's my primary concern. House Bill 206 lays out a number of things, and there are a number of committees, 6 actually, that are all working on various and then sundry parts of that all play into this bigger picture that I think we're just completely passing by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sealy. Mr. Long?
Yes. On this project, one thing that attracted me about this project was the location. Because if I get any complaints, Mr. Burke, it's when you harvest timber. But the percentage of, in your design, the percentage of acreage with panels as opposed to the acreage that's going to be left open, can you give us that?
Yes, ma'am. It's about 61% of the area will be left open space. Does that answer your?
Yes, and you are still planning on fencing in just the solar areas into pods?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. There's several, which you would, as you look at the preliminary layout that we submitted with our application, there's several kind of distinct areas, and those would be individually fenced so that there are these wildlife corridors that wildlife can flow through, as well as the style of the fencing that we've agreed upon to allow small mammals to, go underneath the fence, through the fence, that kind of thing.
And the total amount of acreage was 16?
Well, the total area, the area that would be the improved area is, based on the preliminary layout, is about 665. At about 1,600 acres in total, a little over 1,600 acres.
That's what I meant, the total.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Long.
Next question. How many other properties adjoin this property or can view it directly?
That's a good question. I don't know how many people can view it. I will say that one of the things I did months ago was drive the public roads around the entire project to see where the houses that border those two roads. So that'd be Page and Sunshine School Road. And there were actually no houses that had a view onto the project area that didn't have mature timber. There are some areas that we're going to need to fill in with some new vegetation that you could see into the project area from Page or Sunshine School Road, but there were actually no houses that had that open direct view. That's my point.
When I looked at the map, I thought there were 10 properties that actually had a view of the property from their vantage point.
A lot of the houses that are out there that are adjacent are not only are there woods on the properties that would be part of the project, but their land is also heavily wooded in most instances, I would say. So their houses are very surrounded by trees, or they have woods on their property line that borders the property line of the project. But in any event, there's going to be a very significant vegetative buffer that's left in place, that's mature and will be left in place, as we talked about earlier. And those areas where it's thinner or needs to be added to, that's part of our requirement under our permit.
So you're saying 0 can see the facility from their homes?
Right now, or once everything is vegetatively buffered?
Right now, because vegetative, you're taking 5 to 8 years to get it to where they can't see it.
I'm not going to say there's zero. I honestly don't know because I haven't been on everybody's property. I can't obviously go on somebody's property. I can only tell you when I drove the public roads and took notice of the houses and what their view would be. There is no house that has a view, an unobstructed view without any current vegetation onto the project site. I mean, I can attest to that. Oh, yeah. It's just saying that the vegetative buffer per the ordinance has to grow to a height that's satisfactory to the county to shield the view of the project within 3 years. Within 3 years, yeah. So we're going to have to plant some fairly mature plantings and fairly dense plantings to achieve that goal.
Because I'm just watching the people behind you shake their heads that live over there, so.
I can only tell you what I went toward the site and I took, took notice of all the areas that don't currently have vegetation and where their houses were in proximity. Again, if there's a house that's adjacent, bordering the project, that I couldn't physically go on their property, but they can somehow see on Mr. Burke's property, that could exist. I do not know because I obviously can't go on people's private property. Right, yeah, that's right. Supervisor Long, if you might recall, did have an additional setback provision that any adjacent property that has a dwelling, we have even a more setback, a more aggressive setback requirement that was added on.
And you did notify adjacent property owners when you had your public meeting, correct?
That's right, yes, yes. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? All right, how do you wish to proceed? Ms. Long or?
If I could, I'm going to prefab this for a little bit. I am the one who sent back made the motions to send back the solar ordinance because we wanted to update it. And also because I wanted to see how we do with the applicants we have now. I like this project because there are very few houses there, because this is property that gets torn up every 15 or 20 years as timber is harvest, where he's taking a piece of land that is 1,600 acres, and there are only going to be about 600 acres with panels on it, and the rest will be left to go in natural areas and for erosion control and also for wildlife corridors. I know one thing that the citizens in my district have wanted for a long time is broadband and also better fire rescue coverage. All that costs money. We have to consider, would we rather have one or two nice solar projects, or would we rather have a whole bunch of little ones? We don't make money off small projects. We do make money off of larger projects. If I could get one that does both environmental, and I believe you are required to do some type of a endangered species study, an environmental study, as Mr. Tobin said, then I think of all the applications we've had, this is the one that is the most beneficial to the county. If you live right up in that area, and I spoke to one lady who lives right next to the line the other day, Mrs. Wright, and she was under the feeling that she would rather have solar panels than houses. Not saying that we would change the zoning, but it could be one house per 10 acres back there. So there are a lot of pros as well as cons, but it is a decision that we all have to decide on our own, including board members. I, for one, feel that if we could bring finance in to allow for fire rescue, that this project is our best bet as far as meeting solar requests and for keeping the solar grid up and going. So it's always hard to try something new, but I do think this is the best projects of all the ones that have come to us. So I will make a motion that we accept the Burke Development CC Solar.
There's a motion that we accept special exception 04-2021 Burke Development CC Solar. Is there a second? Yes, sir.
Does that motion include with the amended conditions as
Right.
presented
By
tonight,
Mr. McKenzie, correct?
as well as the elimination of the duplicate condition?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
The motion is actually to approve special exception 04-2021.
Correct.
Second.
There's a motion and a second that we approve special exception 04-2021 Burke Development CC Solar with the amended language. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Black. Mr. Forehand.
All right, I've been, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been really quiet on this for a long time. And I've been listening. I appreciate the sign, I do. Okay, but I would like you to just listen to what I have to say for a couple minutes. I want to thank everyone for the emails. All the emails we've been getting. It's a very passionate topic. People are either very much in favor or very much against it. I get it. It's been a very strange special exception for me in the sense that if you look at national politics, if you look at it from a national political perspective, you would think your Democrats would be in favor of this and your Republicans would be against it. Okay. But when it comes down to a local level, I'm finding people that are diehard GOP talking about property rights. It's my right to put whatever I want on my land. And then I'm finding GOP people saying, I don't want that in my area. I'm finding Democrats that are very much pro, alternative energy or renewable energy that want NIMBY. It's good, it's just not good in this area. And so it doesn't fit any shoe at a national level. I also, Mr. Forehand had, Mr. Thomas had mentioned at one time serving on a steering committee, energy steering committee on BACO. I currently serve on that committee. And one of the things that struck me is we had the president of Dominion has spoken to us several times. And what he has said is, he's like, look, your wind power, they're investing in wind, they're investing in solar. They're not trying to make 100% wind power and 100% solar power. It's not what they're trying to do. It's part of their portfolio. He said in Dominion, he gave an example. He said back in the early 70s, Dominion was getting all kinds of grief because oil was cheap. Why don't you just put all your eggs in one basket in oil? Well, late 70s, what happens? We all know that we had the whole oil crisis, the Middle East. And all of a sudden now, nuclear was on the table. And when Dominion tried to invest in nuclear back in the 70s, everyone was against it. Oh, it's going to be it's going to be horrible. Well, it's part of their portfolio. Okay, I don't think that on a national level, I don't think that solar is going to be, personally, I don't think solar is going to be solve all problems. Nor do I think wind is. I think there's going to be a portfolio for that. We have spent, as a county, before CC came to us, we spent 2 years on regulations because we knew solar was coming. We spent 2 years on how we wanted to box solar in. If solar comes to us, how are we going to handle it? What are we going to do? Spent 2 years on. We had public hearings, we had workshops, and we didn't get a whole lot of input from the public. Wasn't a whole lot of people here. Okay? So we put together those parameters, and one of the things I did was we're actually smart, is we did that because we knew it was coming. We were preparing for it. This isn't going away. Even if this fails today, This isn't going away, it's coming. The next thing, I don't do well with the politics of fear. When I first got on this board, one of the things that came in front of us was the Cheney mine up on 17. And I heard if the Cheney mine comes in, the world's going to fall down. And I voted against it. People on 17 didn't, a lot of people on 17 didn't want it. We had crowds here, people for and against. I voted against it. The world was going to come down. Well, Cheney's won awards for what they're doing there. They've been a very good corporate citizen to this county. But if you went back in time and you looked at this auditorium was full of more people against the Cheney mine than are here tonight against solar. There was way more petitions on the papers against Cheney mine than are on the anti-solar. And now you don't hear anything about it. So to say that if we approve solar, the world is going to end and everything is, no, it's not. Now, on the other hand, one of the things that's been frustrating is in listening to both sides throughout this whole thing, it's been very frustrating for me because I think there's half-truths coming from both sides. I'll be honest with you. I don't think both sides are telling the whole truth. And for me, that's been very, very frustrating because I don't think everything is roses on the solar side, nor do I think everything is horrible, okay, on the anti-solar side. On all of these solar projects, and I think if we vote on this tonight, we have 7 left, I'm going to take each project in a case-by-case basis. I'm not going to be a 100%er, and I don't understand the 100%er. Because if we worked on a project, if we worked on an ordinance and where we can box them in, why would we 100% vote no? Why did we spend 2 years voting on an ordinance that we're trying to box them in what the regulations we want if we were just never going to accept any of them? It doesn't make sense. We wasted 2 years up here. And if we want to talk about the politics of fear, one of the things that I'm majorly concerned about is we're one administration away. Now, I know the Yonkin administration just got in. We're one administration away from the state of Virginia telling us that we have to accept it. Like that happened with biosolids. Biosolids used to be a big deal, but now we have no choice. We have no local say on what goes on the farmer's field right next to Lake Landor that goes into the lake. I have no say on that. That farmer can put down all the biosolids in the world and that goes into the lake and I have 0 say on it. He can do it as he wants because the state says he can. Do you think I want my constituents swimming in that? And when it rains, I see that come off the farm and into the lake. Do I like that? No. How much say do I have on it? 0. Because the state says I have 0. So right now, we have local control on what we can do. My fear is that when county after county says no to every project, another administration comes in and it's game over. You will do it because we're a Dillon Rule state and you're going to do it this way. And then what is a fair project for CC Solar, they could come back to us in a couple of years if the state says, hey, we're going to do it this way because the solar industry is pretty powerful. I think you guys know that. And they could get an administration to loosen the regulations. And then we have to accept them because the state says so. That's my fear. So, finally, as far as my vote is concerned, on this project, and Mr. Probst, I've talked to you about this. I felt like I was very fair with you on this. It's in the minutes everywhere. You read the minutes from the Planning Commission. I feel like I have to abstain on this project. I would have probably voted yes. Mr. Probst came to my Ruritan meeting. I don't think it was done on purpose to give a presentation, and there was a financial gift that was given to the Ladysmith Ruritan Club. It did not affect me personally. It went to the Polar Bear Plunge. But it's all through the minutes what happened. And I think that Mr. Probst was trying to be a good citizen of the community. It's just not a good look, Mr. Probst. And that's why I'm abstaining. I have never abstained on a major project. I never have. And I feel like I have to on this first one because you can read the minutes of the Planning Commission. It's there, Ladysmith Brewerton Club, and I'm a member. And I appreciate you trying to do community outreach. But when we look at this, and I'll stop speaking now, when we look at these solar projects, whether it be this one, I felt like this was a fair one. I do. And I worry for what could come to us in the future. Because I worry we won't have any control. And I worry that what will come to us will be worse than what we're getting now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my.
Thank you, Mr. Black. So there is a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Mr. Forehand.
Thank you, Mr. Black. It helps me understand. And I'm going to piggyback on a couple things that you said as well. We've been going over this for over 2 years. It's been in our forefront, and many of you may or may not believe, but we actually do read up on other things and read journals and periodicals and newspapers and things from VACO, which is a county organization in Virginia. So we've been getting the trickle information for over 2 years now. I used to work for a company, actually the last two companies I worked for that actually installed solar panels on the electrical side and the switchgear. So I don't have the fear that some folks have of the fires, because fires happen in our homes and we still build homes. Fires happen in our cars and we still drive cars. So fires are going to happen. It's what happens with electricity sometimes. So that those things don't concern me. The stormwater, I think we've addressed well. I actually like the location. I actually like the team. I thought y'all were very frank and genuine. But my issue is actually nothing to do with that. I have voted in the affirmative for the three smaller projects, and I will be very blunt and honest that I've just soured over the last 2 months to solar, not necessarily individual projects or teams. It's just, I feel like we've been pushed to hurry up. Everything's been a deferral. Everything's been, we got to do this, got to do this, got to do this. And I'm not, my personality doesn't like to be pushed. I have a tendency to want to push back. And there's no one to push back. It's just what it is. And it's companies trying to do their business, and that's their prerogative. I feel like there's a urban versus rural division in this country. And I saw the development plans for the Diamond, and I'm like, well, that's 50 acres. Why don't they put solar panels in Richmond? There's no solar farms going in Richmond, Henrico, Chesterfield. They rely upon rural counties like us to provide them power, to provide them food, to provide their workforce, provide everything else. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm sour. That's one of the main reasons I'm sour. At some point, if it becomes a critical need, which we're not there here in Virginia, maybe it'll come back around. Maybe Mr. Black's scenario will be, in fact, we won't have any choice. I'm willing to take that risk, at least for the short term. Maybe in 2-3 years, we'll get more money from it if we're going to have it. Maybe we won't. But the money aspect of it is not life-changing. And there's not a lot of excitement for the project. There are some pros, but there's a lot of cons. A lot of folks here against it. I've gotten emails for a year and a half about, don't do this to our county, don't do this to our county. I won't see it from my house, but I can empathize with the folks because I have a love for rural Virginia. So anyway, that's the crux of it. Like I said before, I've voted from the past. I'm about done. I'm good to see what the little ones have to offer and see what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. All right, there's a motion and a second that we accept special exception 04-2021. Any more discussion?
Yeah, if we're going to do more, and just so people will know, I voted for Cheney. So that was the project that was a lot of stress, but it turned out to be a good project. And I also voted against sludge on a whole lot of times before I was forced to take it. And that's why this particular job is so hard, and sometimes 10 years down the road when you look back, so satisfying. But it's never satisfying right in the moment. The reality is we have to have foresight, we have to have understanding, and we have to shoot our arrow at a target that hasn't even started moving yet. And that's, I think, exactly what people have said in this last discussion. Solar is not the end-all answer. I mean, the sun will be around for another 5 billion years, but it's not the only answer. The dead dinosaurs are not the answer, because eventually that's going to run out. The longer we can do other things to make that last longer, the better off we'll be. And that's really what it is. I would hate pocket nuclear. I would hate to have my car running on a nuclear reactor, because I can imagine what that would be in the future. So it's the vision of and foresight we have. This is not a gigantic Spotsylvania project. It's a project that's probably that is manageable for our staff, our county. It's a case where the owner is going to actually be running the project surrounded by the original landowner. So it makes it different. It's not one near the water, like some of the others we're going to see that are still coming up. It's a project that has good qualities, and that's what I looked at in the whole thing, and that's part of our 2-year journey to get to here. And that's my comment if we wanted to make it.
Thank you.
Mr.
Long.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Thomas, you reminded me on Cheney. I sat where you all sat on Cheney because I was against Cheney mining because we had had a bad experience with the mine in a different area of 17. So I do understand the two sides of everything. But as you said, Cheney has been a good company for being a mining company, and they've been a good neighbor. So nothing against them, but I do know both sides, but we each have to vote our own conscience. And as I said, of all the ones that we had, all the applications we had come down, we do look at them individually, and we all have different issues and different opinions on them, but we just have to do the best we can to do what's right, not just for our district, but for the whole county. And I think that's what we all try to base our decision on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Again, there is a motion and a proper second regarding special exception 04-2021 Burke Development CC Solar. Any more discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
What are we voting on?
CC Solar.
The special exception.
Rephrase, it's been 20 minutes now.
Okay. All those in favor of special exception 04-2021 Burke Development CC Solar. There was a motion by Mr. Thomas, second by Mrs. Long.
Other way around.
Oh, Ms. Long, I'm sorry. Then second, Mr. Thomas. And there were some additional conditions that Mr. Fincham talked about joining the Mr. Fincham, what was the language regarding the duplicate conditions?
To eliminate condition 33, which is a duplication of condition 26.
Right.
And to add a condition that would state the citing agreement shall be executed by both parties and recorded prior to or in conjunction with recordation of the special exception permit.
And Mr. McKenzie, that was what you were talking about, is that correct? So that is the motion and that is the second, Mr. Forehand. All right.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I've made mistakes before.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, no, you're perfect. Call for the vote. All in favor of special exception 04-2021 Burke Development, CC Solar, say aye.
Aye.
All those who are opposed, nay.
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 There's a division in the House. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Black, how do you vote?
I abstain.
Mr. Black abstains. Mr. Seeley, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mrs. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Long votes aye. Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
And I vote nay. Motion is denied. Please note. All right, we'll move on. Next on the agenda is an award of bids for addition to the Caroline County Administrative Building for the Registrar's Office.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This item is to discuss the expansion of the county admin building to provide additional space during the elections 45-day period before. This additional provides storage as well as an additional office space and then space to actually conduct the elections when we have to set up 45 days prior to allow those to happen. Other times it'll be used as a multi-purpose room. We did advertise and receive bids on July 20th of 2022 with Paddock LLC being the low bidder. As well as the sole bidder. Their bid amount was $696,612. There were some things that were not included that we left out of that contract on purpose because we knew we could do it cheaper than them. And that was the card access system, the security cameras, some asphalt work that needs to be done around where the new structure will be put in, and replacing the propane tanks that currently would sit underneath of the foundation of that. We've also added an 8% contingency. So right now, the project total cost is $826,704. $600,000 of that is currently available and was designated by the board from ARPA funds, leaving a shortfall of $226,704. So it's staff's recommendation that we move forward with the contract. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. Board members have any questions? Mr. Thomas?
I did, Mr. Chairman. I've spoken to Mr. Shebel earlier and Mr. Cully also and Mr. Bassoon. And I was wondering if we could just delay this for a couple of weeks. I know we talked about spending a lot of money. Not going to be effective for this 45 days. But if we could just possibly look at a way to reduce costs by discussing it with other department heads, you know, registrar, treasurer, and those. And it's just 2 weeks. It's not going to make a difference. Mr. Shebel said it wouldn't make a difference.
But what are we trying to do? Because that building, and let's go through the history of that building, because it was a grocery store that was rehabbed by Union Bank for an operations center. So that went from a grocery store to an operations center, which gave it all kinds of weird configurations to the floor and the upstairs. And then we moved it from an operation, once we went from an operations center, the county bought it, we remodeled it, and it had multiple issues in the remodel. So you can't go back into a remodeled structure and do anything with it. I mean, we've been doing this, and we've got other elections coming that we have people wrapped around the building. We don't have restroom facilities. This is gonna take some time to build, particularly with the shortage.
We're not going to do anything for this particular election in November. It's not going to affect this election
It's going to take, no, you're right, but it's going to take a year to build. So even if you start now, you'll be ready for next year's election.
If we were designing a weapon system, I'm sure you would be the expert in doing that, and we would say, okay, Mr. Seeley, we'll let you do that. I think in this case, we're talking about 2 weeks, and floor plans are something I understand. Maybe we can save a little money. That's all I'm saying. It's not going to make any effect.
Mr. Shebel?
Go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
Is the 2 weeks, I mean,
what are we going to do?
What exactly can get accomplished in 2 weeks, and how would 2 weeks affect this project? I mean, I guess that's the big question.
So the contractor's ready to go. I mean, this is his next project. He's bid on it. He's ready to move forward. He has to hold that price he's got a date that he has to hold to, that he has to hold that price good for. So it's still good in 2 weeks.
All right, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we award the bid of the construction for the additional Caroline County Administration Building to Paddocks in the amount of, the additional funds of $226,704. There's a motion on the floor. I need a second.
So there's a motion.
So you want to spend the 800,000 without even making an effort to try to see if we could save some money?
Mr. Shebel had just said that he's got the contractors ready to go.
But you still want to spend the 800,000?
Is the 2 weeks going to make a difference?
I mean, he's got to hold his contract.
He's got to hold his contract for those 2 weeks. Right. So if we wait 2 weeks and we can't save any money, which you're not doing the effort, it'll be me doing the effort to say we can move this here, move that there. We can at least try.
Mr.
He should hit his button, so
So there's a motion on the floor.
what were you gonna do?
No, wait a minute, Mr. Sealy. There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Black. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion because I don't know what we're holding this
fine.
up for.
That's right, that's fine. We need to get to discussion. That's what I'm saying. We're discussing in between the motion. Mr. Sheba, I have a question for you. The ARPA money that you're using for the part of this project, the 600,000, I believe, is ARPA money, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. When is that money to be used? Is it 24?
24, yes, sir.
24, okay. And you've looked at, obviously you looked at the structure of the building that we're in. Is there any reason why we could not have someone look at to see if we could do something more economical, since we have $600,000 that we could spend without incurring additional cost, an additional 200,000? Is it?
So as the board's aware, we hired a new construction manager.
Yeah.
And he's looked at the project and he came up with a price before we bid it out. If he were to do it in-house, and we're in the same ballpark. So we don't even think we could do it in-house. Now, if you change the scope of the project and you reduce something, the problem is then you're going back to engineering. Then you got to negotiate with the contractor to renegotiate his contract. So if we come back 2 weeks and we say cut something, then I got to wait another meeting because I got to go back and find out if he's willing to deduct or anything like that.
No, we wouldn't do that at all. But are you aware that other people are trying to put walls and cut walls out in their spaces?
So Mr. Cully's directed us, the staff, to work on certain areas to expand some offices within the current facility.
Okay. See, so they're already talking about doing things like that. Not part of this project.
No, we're doing that in-house.
So I guess the question for me then, Mr. Shebel, is in the confines of what you're doing now in terms of office expansion, is there any possibility that we could expand that building to accommodate the needs of the registrar and all of the other departments within the confines of what you're doing without the large-scale money being spent?
Not from what the voter register has expressed to us. I mean, we've hired 2 additional IT staff over the last year and a half, and we're trying to create a storage room into an office to put IT staff in. So that's the addition that we're doing. We're taking a storage room from the Commissioner of Revenue, who's given up a small piece to be able to provide a new office in there for Mr. Sadler and his staff.
And you're saying that the 2-week period, we have another meeting in 2 weeks?
It would be basically yes or no. Yes, we can do something, or no, we can't do anything, and you can put it on the consent agenda.
Would that put you into? I just can't believe that would put you into such a delay that we couldn't manage. We can't really. We should be able to have our cake and eat it too. Yes, we want to do this project, but if in fact we want to look at it, let's take time to look at it. And then if it's not there, let's move forward. Let's not kick the can down the road. That's what I'd like to see.
2 weeks would not stop us. It would just prevent it. It would put us 2 weeks further behind than we are tomorrow.
Right.
That's all. So I don't believe that is a deal breaker.
Right.
I will explain. Yes, we are looking internally based on requests from the Commissioner of Revenue and things that he wants to do in his space. We've already put one doorway in for him this past year that came through a secure closet so that DMV could get on the other side. So we've been doing internal things. He built a little conference room where there had been a former staff member that was her office and made a conference room. He wants to make some changes to that area to expand DMV and have additional counter space for DMV. But so those are the things that we're doing internally, along with he has scanned a lot of files and eliminated 50 file cabinets or a huge number of file cabinets and offered part of that room to me if we needed it, which I did for IT. So we were going to knock a doorway into the secure hallway right across from the IT computer server room that I could put some IT staff in so they're not in an area where they would have hearing loss due to the fact that they're working in there with a tremendous noise level all day long. So that's the space. We're not talking a huge amount of space, not anything that would be available for what the registrar needs for early voting. We have doorways and things for patterns and traffic.
Right. That's just normal upkeep of the house.
Correct. That's
to make sure that what we're working on. But I'm saying,
based on the request of the commissioner,
even with that, we still couldn't get to where we need to be in terms of space.
Not unless you consolidated the commissioner's office down into some. They have a large space in the back. Most of you all been to where the commissioner's office is. Right. There's no space on the treasurer's side. Right. That is so cut up in little cubicles and offices. You couldn't route people for early voting into that. And so what we designed on the back of our building is an entranceway. You come in, the registrar's got her plan for how she's going to deal with these people in the computers and all the things that have to go there. You come in, you work through the system, and you go out an exit door. We've actually got, because it faces the north, you'll come into a chamber so that you don't have a north-facing door blowing right into a room in case it would happen to be cold and damp on a voting day or that type of thing. And then it becomes a multi-purpose room the rest of the time. The other big issue is we're creating a much larger, more than double the size of the storage she currently has in the back of our building where that garage door is, and expanding that so that we can bring all of the equipment, which has grown immensely since I've been here based on state law, that we now have in a second floor where no elevator in the logistics building locked up in a secure cage in the fire rescue logistics building. Right. We're bringing all that in-house in this expanded storage room. It's just square footage we don't have. We can certainly look at it, but it's not.
That's all I'm saying. So I guess I understand the need from your side, but can we move down 2 lanes? Can we continue forward with Mr. Thomas, take a look, and you already have your idea. You almost, from what I'm hearing from you, you basically think it's impossible. And so if he wants a week or to look at it.
2 weeks we certainly can live with. It puts us 2 weeks further than we are tomorrow. We're not going to be giving the contractor the thing until
Mr.
2 weeks
from now.
Yes, sir.
So what happens if somebody says, okay, we could do this, and we start reconfiguring the plan?
No, we're not going to do
that. So why would we hold up the project?
Because
if we're not going to change anything.
Because I'm being diplomatic.
I understand,
so
but we're not going to change anything.
So I'd like to have Mr. Thomas have a level of satisfaction. I'd like for the board to have a level of satisfaction that everything possible in terms of the money being spent, we're doing our best to spend it in the best manner. The reality of it is the ARPA money's got to be spent. If not there, on something else. We're kicking in the additional 200, but the reality of it is the bulk of the money's coming from our ARPA funds, correct? Correct, Mr.?
Yeah, 600.
600,000. So it's not like
we've got 52 weeks to get this built.
Yeah.
52 weeks. Or we're going to waste 2 of them.
I don't think it's a deal breaker. What was the message? It's not a year-long project.
No, we don't anticipate. What do you?
Mr.
8 months.
How long have we been talking about this?
How
long we've been? This has been being discussed
since the
pandemic,
the presidential election, where we had people wrapped around the building.
Exactly. So it's just like with the citing agreement tonight. Everyone had a chance to look at it. We've had plenty of time to look at this thing.
Actually, not. This wasn't like the citing. We didn't all have a chance to look at the floor plans. As a matter of fact,
we didn't see the floor plan.
Yeah, we didn't. I just got the floor plans today. Right?
I think we brought you a conceptual of what we wanted to do at the
When the
back of the
board
building,
authorized
the
us to go out to
authorized to
bid.
go out to bid.
Right.
And that we had looked to see if we could find another building and when
And we only got one bid.
We, the DEQ things.
All right, so what's the pleasure of the board? Again, right, we have a motion and a second.
Second. And I don't see, if we're gonna borrow the money anyhow, he's not gonna get it done
The ARPA
all at
money
one
is-
time.
It's government money. We only borrow
Right, but we have to borrow additional.
No, we're not borrowing anything. We would take that from the fund balance.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
that's
we
fine.
spending money out of fund
But I
balance
mean, it's
without
not
even
like
trying.
you can't tweak a project in the first week, because he's not gonna be putting up every wall in the first few days. So there'll be time. I know when you build a house, you probably always make little tweaks toward changes. Ask Mr. Forehand, he would know. You know, somebody decides they want to change here or there. So I think we should just move forward with it, and Mr. Thomas could meet with
If
staff.
you're moving forward, then there's no sense in talking about it anymore.
He's not going to start tomorrow. Go over there tomorrow and look at it.
All right, so
Well, we can't sign a contract.
Yeah.
I think what Mr. Thomas wants to include with the addition in the existing space we currently have, not add the addition on. The addition's not that much. It's one big room, a big storage room, a meeting room, the two restrooms and a little storage closet. So it's really just one big building with those few things in it attached at the back of my building now. Well, I think about 2,300 square feet on the back of our building. And so I think Mr. Thomas's idea is that all of that space can be put into our existing building. I don't see how. I mean, there's no way to put that storage. That would have to be built. But that could be smaller. Maybe just build storage. I don't know. That's his idea. So, but it's not to tweak what we've got in the new floor plan. It's to find a place to do early voting in our existing building. Because he believes there's space in the commissioner. Evidently, the commissioner of revenue has told him something he hasn't told me, that he's got space to do that in. I haven't heard that from the commissioner. So that would be news to me. He's not here, couldn't be here tonight, and was not at the office today to talk to him about it.
He's out of town.
So
but the bottom line is we go to everybody. We go to the schools on a regular basis and say, come back with a better price. We go to fire and rescue and say, come back with a better price. We're going to spend $860,000 based on what happened 2 years ago. And the pandemic is theoretically close to over. I'm just saying in 2 weeks, can we look at the possibility of an alternative? And you're saying that's not an issue.
I'm saying we can, it's going to delay the project 2 weeks. It's not, that's the fact. That's all it is. Which doesn't change the price.
Total timeline.
Right.
And
so we're not arguing with you on that.
Right.
I believe that we could wait 2 weeks.
And I'm saying in 2 weeks, you could put it on a consent agenda.
But you're saying that if we make any changes, we've got to renegotiate the contract. And so we've got a contract that we need to sign. They've already agreed to
build something totally new. And we're going to have that same contract in 2 weeks.
So what is the point?
So there may be a case where somebody says, I can move this to here, I can move that to there, and they frees up some space. Did we do any spatial analysis on this project? Oh, you don't even know what that is?
We didn't hire an architect to do a study of the existing space in our building. We didn't believe at the time there was enough space within the confines of our building. Like I said, if Mark Bassoon has said that he has sufficient space that this almost 2,300 square foot addition would fit in his space, I haven't heard that. I know I wouldn't think move all of his employees, because it's 13 employees into where the registrar's space currently exists, to swap them over. So that's what I just don't see it. I'm in the building, nearly every day. But if 2 weeks for you to study that, we can live with. That's what the board decides to do.
I understand.
all right, there's a motion and a second that we move forward with the
2007. Right. There was a space study in 2007 on the existing space laid out for everybody at that time.
All right. There's a motion and a proper second that we move forward with the funding for the new addition to the registrar's office. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right. Division in the House, Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Sealer, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
I voted nay.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-1. Last item on the agenda, number 9, proposed courthouse lawn revitalization project.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, one more time. As you know, about a year and a half ago that we made a big change to the courthouse lawn, removed the statue off the courthouse lawn, kind of changed the face of the courthouse. And over the past 5 or 6 years, there's been discussion about the aging trees on the courthouse and them having some issues. So we've got a sugar maple tree that's up there now that has guy wires holding it together. It now has some places where the tree comes together in the V, where it's got 2.5, 3 foot of mushrooms growing out of it where the tree's rotten. So we had an arborist come in and do an inspection of the courthouse lawn and basically told us that it's not if it falls, it's when it falls. The trees are between 120 and 130 years old, and he said they're at their life. So the arborist recommends that we take down the 2 big sugar maples in the front of the courthouse. There is also a dogwood that's ailing and needs to be removed as well. So with that, we've looked at trying to revitalize that whole front area. We've got some sidewalks that are busted up that we want to replace. And a couple, 3 weeks ago, the grass looked absolutely wonderful and the best courthouses looked, and today it's brown and looks terrible. So it gets used a lot when we have music on the green and such. And we'd really like to be able to, while we're planning and tearing up things, of putting in new sidewalk, would be a great time to put an irrigation system in to water the grass in the courthouse lawn to try to keep that looking nice. So staff has spent some time. We put together a little detail of what we would be removing and what we'll be putting in. As you know, when we removed the monument, there were also 2 small monument signs. We're proposing to put those up in front of the mural. The mural's going back up. We came up, the aging mural that was there, 17 years old, the sun's really faded that. So we are trying to get a high resolution print that we'll put on a hardback board and put that inside so we can replace that whenever that starts to really fade and keep and preserve the original painting inside. So we're going to be doing that, but we would create a sidewalk that comes off straight in front, and into each side we would put those 2 small murals up there so people could look at both of those signs as well as that mural. We would also, he recommends planting 2 crepe myrtles there. As you're walking down, he would now recommends the sugar maple tree is not a native to this area. The arborist recommends that we actually use white oaks. He said they're one of the strongest trees around. They're really drought tolerant, they're wind tolerant, and that's what he would recommend be replaced for the 2 sugar maples. So we would bring those forward just a little bit and put them center next to each other. They would grow up. We're looking for 15 to 20 foot trees that we would plant there. And then as the sidewalk walking down to the museum on the left-hand side, we would install some 4 additional dogwood trees and 1 to the right. So one of the things we brought up was the sidewalks and roots in the building. And he said these particular trees and the soil that we have, we won't have a problem with that at all. So as part of that, we're looking to replace the boxwood, some dogwoods, and the 2 sugar maples with the white oaks, and additional putting in the irrigation system. While we had the arborist there looking at that, staff has had a concern for many years about the 2 holly trees that are in front of the county admin building to the right and the left. So they're about 25 feet tall or so, and he was concerned about the roots growing into the building. These trees are by far mature, and they're going to continue to have problems with the tree itself growing and hitting the building, as well as the roots and the foundation. So they removed that we take those out. That's more for informational purposes for you all. So to remove the trees, cut those down, to grind up the stump, remove all of that, put topsoil down, and regrade that area. We've gotten a quote for $10,952. To do all the sidewalk repair, replacement, and upgrades in the mural area, we're looking at $14,400. And then to add the automatic irrigation for the new trees and shrubs in the lawn, $12,500, for a grand total of $37,852. And we would just seeking board's approval and funds to be allocated to move forward with the revitalization of the courthouse lawn. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shebel. Ms. Long?
Ms. Sheba, I like the plan. I think it looks nice, but just out of curiosity, has Bowling Green seen it? I know we're in charge, but it is Bowling Green. Are you going to run it by them?
So we ran it by the judge, but we did not, as it was county property, we didn't run it by the town. We can.
The judge was the one I was concerned about.
I talked to, when with Music on the Green, a couple of town council members and the mayor and I looked at those trees. I did not realize, I knew there was a cable in one of them. I didn't realize to the extent that the age and the damage that's actually taken place.
Yeah, well, that's your territory. I just wanted to make them aware,
Right, no,
make
and-
sure. I would be upset if somebody came in when I was mayor and did something without me knowing, so.
We looked at this at Music on the Green, and that's when, it's just a shame. I gotta tell you, Public Works has done a phenomenal job on the grass. And the drought has, this 3 weeks of no rain and Music on the Green is just destroyed it.
Mhm. Okay, that's fine. I would move that we move forward with the improvements to the town green, or the courthouse green, I guess that's what we call it.
We need to appropriate the funds also, correct?
Yes, sir, please.
So that needs to be part of your motion.
And up to appropriate $36,852 for the work.
37,000.
$37,852 for.
Should we make it 38,000 so that we're not squabbling over nickels and dimes later?
I move that we take $38,000 and put it toward the revitalization of the courthouse square.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second that we appropriate 38,000 to revitalize the courthouse lawn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes carried.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Information on Mr. Cully?
Over. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I've, as always, included a copy of the status of capital projects. And of course, as we put on there, now we are showing the ones that are complete and or have been canceled. And so you can look at that if you have any questions. I know it's late, so I'm not going to run down through that. Don't forget the state fair starts on Friday the 23rd and runs that week, the last week of the month through October 2nd. We do have a board meeting at 6 p.m. on the 27th, which is the 2 weeks from today. Our next board meeting is following the Columbus Day holiday. It's a state holiday on Monday the 10th. And then our regular meeting on the 11th. Bowling Green Harvest Festival is the 15th, and the Frog Level Festival is the 29th of October. So that kind of gets us through the months of that. And I think Milford Day is coming up too, Saturday. That's not on here, but I saw that on something else just recently. Milford Day is this Saturday.
Milford Day is this Saturday from 9 to 1.
9 to 1, very good. I'd seen that somewhere else, but.
On Beth Curran's yard.
Oh, that's what it was.
You want to wait?
So that's all I have unless you have any questions.
We redo the whole thing.
Okay, that's what I
That
thought.
should be part of the festival permit.
Oh. You're not gonna like me. You're all gonna.
Probably not.
I've been going through my Robert's rules. I think we'll want to look at a bylaw amendment, but to avoid any ambiguity on the SPX, the motion to approve failed, and we don't have a consistent policy in the bylaws about what that means. Whether that means that no motion has been taken or a motion to approve is deemed a denial. I would recommend to foreclose any dispute after this from anybody about where you left this, that you take up a motion to deny and vote on that on the SPX to make clear what the board's action was.
Now?
Yes. And then I'm going to talk with staff about updating the bylaws to clarify that, what I view as an ambiguity in the procedure.
So you need a motion to deny SPEX 042021.
Right.
Why would we do that?
Well, I was just going through the procedure, and I think that it's unclear in the law, and the reason I'm up here bothering you with it at 11:30 at night is I don't want anyone to challenge the board's action and saying the board has actually done nothing because they've failed to approve any motion.
But it's not unclear because a motion to reconsider could be brought back by any member of the prevailing side. So there's still that motion. If we vote to deny, you're basically killing that opportunity.
Well, you could reconsider that too.
Yeah, but why would you take the extra step?
I mean, it's procedurally, I know it's the last thing you want to hear at 11:30, but.
No, I think it's wrong. That's why I'm disputing you.
Well, I checked Robert's rules and did a little research, and that there's an argument to be made that the board has taken no action on the special exception at this time. I agree. I think that the counter argument would be no, the motion to approve failed, and that's a denial.
That was an action.
But I wanted to put it before the board, and you can certainly say, no, Chris, we're done, go home. But I wanted to put it before the board.
No, Chris, we're done, go home. Nope. No,
Okay.
Chris, we're going to do exactly what you said. We're going to, is there a motion to
deny
special exception 04-2021 Burke Development
Does it have to be
CC
the
Solar?
Does it need to be the same people who did it before?
With the same,
anyone can
conditions.
Anyone can make it.
No, with the same conditions that we talked about.
There's no conditions.
The one that Mr. Fincham,
That's what I'm saying.
well, the one that Mr. Fincham, it
Along
doesn't
with the
matter. Oh, it doesn't
conditions.
matter.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's the same thing, that application.
All right, so I made the motion. Somebody seconded it so we can go home.
I'll second it.
There's a motion to deny special exception 04-2021. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Nay. We have a division. Mr. Forehand, I refuse to participate in this ridiculous procedure.
Oh.
Mr. Forehand votes aye. Mr. Black.
Abstain.
Mr. Black abstains. Mr.
Aye.
Sealy. Ms. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Thomas. I refuse to participate in this wasteless procedure. And Mr. Thomas does not vote, and I vote aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. I apologize. We're gonna fix the bylaws.
No need to apologize.
Motion to adjourn. Oh, closing board comments.
Mr. Forehand.
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
Black.
Mr. Parton said we were going to be out of here at 11 today. That's completely wrong.
Mr. Sealy.
None, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long.
Comments?
Mr. Thomas, closing board comments. We did say Milford Day is this Saturday.
Yep.
And that last procedure was totally wasteful. Take it from a parliamentarian. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to second.
Aye.
Motion carries.